Hello, hello. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Anybody out there? Another day on the slave ship. Can you hear me okay? Does the mic need to be turned up or down? Or is it perfect? Great, thank you, thank you, thank you. Took you long enough. So right now I'm just waiting on Philosopher Newport to be ready. So he's not ready yet. But I decided to come on anyways. While we wait, if there's anyone else who wants to come on before. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so I'm gonna post the link if anyone wants to come on before. But when he does come on, I'll ask you just to be quiet until he wants questions. Hello, Vivian. Yep, not a whole lot's going on right now. Sorry, guys. But you can change that. Just click the link. What's up, Veracity? I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so the backstory is there's this guy named Philosopher Newport. I came across his YouTube channel a little bit ago, and he talks about the same things we talk about, and apparently he's been talking about it for a long time. But he just has a different understanding of it all, which I don't agree with, but I still appreciate what he puts out because I can relate to a lot of it, a whole bunch of it. So he made a video wanting to know why he wasn't getting comments or people like interested in what he was talking about. And I can relate to that. So I left him a comment and I told him, "Hey, I appreciate your philosophies. They've helped me in certain aspects. And if you want to come on my channel and talk about it, I'd be I'd be happy to let you do that." So he said yeah. So that's the backstory. If anyone cares. Oh, that's fine. You can eat your dinner and you get a dinner and a show tonight. Yeah, but like I said, if anyone wants to come on before and talk about whatever, the link's right there. Kind of just waiting around. If there's time, please talk about recapitulation and neutrality, the 18-inch journey from head to heart, etc., and all the different things people say we should do before we die. Well, his philosophy is it's a load of shit. Like, all spirituality is a load of shit. Like, we're in hell. Um, we have these different life scripts that the difference is he thinks we chose it, okay? That's the only difference. Everything else, he's totally on board with what I'm saying. But, all this spiritual, mumbo jumbo is just a bunch of horse crap, basically. Have you seen the YouTube video Monkey Magic Merry-Go-Round? All about the monkey body versus the heart cell. No, I haven't actually. You seem to know a lot of great videos on different things to look at, Coco. If we chose it, why can't we remember? So, I mean, I'll let him explain it, but basically, um, we're eternal, perfect consciousness, and we're infinite beings, and we do all these different scripts and stories and play out all these things. And this life, we chose to forget all of that and experience what it's like to live in hell. I mean, whether you believe that or not, he still believes it's hell. So the things he talks about this realm being hell, I totally agree with. I watch a lot of movies. Movies and music videos give clues. Like the Dua Lipa song Hallucination about the mind taking over the heart. So why do you think they leave these clues, Coco? Hey, just found it. Found channel today. How often do you stream? Whenever I feel like it. Whenever I feel like it. Sometimes I stream a lot. Sometimes it'll take like months and months. So sometimes I get really depressed and don't do anything for a while. So, and then I get a spark of energy, and you know, I can do all these things again after my little respite of depression. They don't leave it. It's the mind itself reminding you. Well, Coco, do you want to come on and talk about that? It sounds interesting. Me too, yeah. I think we all do that. Hello there, fellow proletariats. Where's the guest? Well, since we're in hell, things come up, and he's almost ready. But this is hell, so things don't go according to plan. I have a book recommendation for you. It's Exit the Cave by Howdy Mikowski. Actually, I've already read that book, but I appreciate the suggestion. What do you think about it? They leave the clues to get people addicted to chasing breadcrumbs and think they're figuring it all out. Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with that too. I mean, it's a whole lot of pissed on breadcrumbs, as Matt says. In the show The Good Place, the whole twist was the place they were in was hell. Yeah. It's not hell, it's a dark ass place. Yeah, it's a layer of hell. The very least you could say it's a layer of hell. It can get worse. It can get very worse, of course. But that doesn't make this not hell. It's hell, but at least I have an AC. It's funny you say that. I'm actually in my shed where I have a fan going, and it's actually really hot in here. So if you can send me some good intentions and manifest a nice cool breeze blowing in here, that'd be nice. Tyrone the Sun God, we all fight each other over a meat suit, race versus race, gender versus gender. Shake my head. Exactly. Yeah, that's what they want us to do. Not the hell. I prefer the term underworld than hell. Okay, whatever floats your boat, man. Sending you some thoughts and prayers. I feel them right now. I feel God's hand just holding me and making my life so much better now. I feel cool. I feel crisp air blowing. And I'm grateful to be here with you all in this lovely hellish existence. Don't forget there's a link you can click if you want to join, by the way. I love the book. It's excellent. Also, Quantum of Consciousness. It's my introduction to soul trap concepts. Love Matt's book, audiobook. Yeah, Quantum of Conscious. He doesn't believe it's a soul trap, though. He thinks we chose this. So, and um, we're here for a reason and a purpose. And yeah, so if you want to believe that, that's fine with me, but I don't believe that. But I agree with a lot of what he says, though. All is love. Don't forget, all is love. Why is pain and suffering bad? Well, it's because did you ever think to ask that an innocent sentient being that was brought here against their will didn't decide whether they wanted to experience that? Did you ever think about that? Hmm. So you're just gonna force them to experience your standard of what's right and wrong, and your morality system of pain and suffering isn't so bad. No. You can ask all the millions of people who are actually suffering how if they actually wanted to choose that suffering, or if it was just a life script that were given to them. And if they could get out of it, they would do anything to get out of it. I'm not saying you can't learn from the suffering. I mean, but I mean, are you actually learning anything? Like, really? Like, outside of this realm? Do you really need to know, like, abusing others is bad? I mean, it's just, the extremes of the pain and suffering here are unjustifiable. They're just there's no way around trying to justify that, in my opinion. But you can have your own opinion. Vampire Jesus will save us. I heard someone saying the other day that if a woman had relations with a man, any man, that it will automatically bring her down to hell or something like that. I don't agree. I hope you don't agree. But yeah, I mean, people want to come up with the most crazy delusions that justify any and all bullshit that goes on here. So, I mean, if she's celibate, then that's great. That means she doesn't have a chance to bring in a kid here. So, I mean, go for it. I think entering this realm was a wish gone wrong. Yeah, I mean, possibly. Our purpose is to feed the parasites and monsters with our blood, tears, and sorrow. And ex exoterically, our money, of course, which esoterically is our energy. Yeah, yeah, spot on. I'm just reading comments until someone comes on here. I did not choose this. The purpose here is suffering so something or someone else can benefit. Yep. I don't know. Matt changes his opinion on things a lot, but his idea that not conspiracy theories, etc., are distractions, very good. Yeah, they want you distracted with all the little sleight of hand tricks, and they want you to think you're actually getting somewhere, and you're exposing everything. Oh, they didn't want you to see that, but it's still fun for me to do that. I mean, I still do it anyways. How are you guys not blasting your brains out? A sliver of hope keeps me going. A sliver. Well, honestly, I think about um, that topic, every single day. I think it's normal to be in a world that you realize it's nothing but pure evil, and you want out of it. So I mean, there's Nothing weird or wrong about that. They just give us no viable, peaceful options to exit, and they leave us with the gruesome, you know, blasting your brains out, which no one actually wants to do. What people actually want is a peaceful way to leave this realm. So they keep that away from everybody. Yo, Joshua in chat. Yo, what's up, Mush? This is definitely a life script. A guy is doing video on why this construct was created. Oh, who's the guy? A life script gone terribly wrong. How do we know everyone is eternal consciousness? And how do we know that there is an existence outside of this realm? Well, you can't actually know if everyone's eternal consciousness. So, I mean, it shouldn't even really bother you. You should only really know yourself if that's true for you. And if that's true for you, then nothing's going to stop you from getting out of this realm. That's my opinion. How do we know there's existence outside of this realm? Because it's just an internal knowing. And for me personally, I've been to other realms, whether it be dreams, psychedelics, um, just inspirations that don't come from this world. Um, just a lot of things. And living in this world, it's totally inverted, totally backwards, totally wrong and evil. And there's something in you that tells you that this is not the right world to be in. So if this is not the right world to be in, then that there must be different possibilities for realities. And I'm not this meat suit, I'm not this human avatar. So it's not something you just come to overnight, but sometimes you do. Pretty brutal for sure. It's very hard to rationalize it all, truly. Man, Philosopher Newport, where are you? Oh, wait, he emailed me. All right. He said he's ready. Okay. I'm emailing him. Come on. All right. He should be here very soon. Okay, there's a lot of comments. I'm reading them all, but I don't want to say them all because there's a lot. London man, what's up? Okay. I am to the end of the comments now. I shall read the new ones. It'd be cool. I'd be cool never seeing hearing from folks at work again. They serve no purpose and actually cause damage to others. It's disgusting. Where do you work? I believe NPC workers are just entities there to harness loosh. Do you know Schizo Dumps? Yeah, I was following him before he got really big. Um, so I was kind of surprised when he got started getting like 40,000 views. I was like, damn, boy. But yeah, I know who he is. Your icon and imagery is always so trippy, Joshua. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, so if you just got here, we're just waiting on Philosopher Newport to get in here. He should be here any seconds. Any seconds. Any second now. The gateway tapes. I like 20 years ago, before I knew this was a hell realm, I was really into astral projecting, and I did the Hemisync gateway tapes, all that. I didn't get to the very end, but I did a lot of them, and for me at the time, it was very useful because it helped me realize that I'm not just a physical body. I'm actually much more than that. And I also was able to get out of my body a few times. And once you really know that for sure, it really changes a lot and how you view who you really are in this reality. Now, do I think they're dangerous? Um, I'm sure they could be, because who knows if there's not like subliminal programming in there. But from my personal experience, they weren't dangerous for me. But don't take my word for it. I mean, do your own research.
Hello?
Tyrone, hey, we're waiting on Philosopher Newport, but I'll let you talk for a little bit. What's up, man?
What's up, bro? I don't know how I found your channel, man, but it popped up and like a lot of stuff you talk about, man, it's true. For the longest time, I've always believed that everybody has a spirit. So I never judged by race or how they like to have us just fighting against each other, man. I never believed in any of that stuff, man. I think I left a comment on your
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember it.
and
You
and,
say you
and
say
it's
you're a black male, right?
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
not in reality, just in this
In this
reality.
reality, of course,
Yeah.
but we know we all got spirits, man, and once you leave here, there's no more identity, no more race, no more of that stuff. You're a spirit now, so there's nothing to cling on to and fight and waste time over, so your channel, man, I hope YouTube don't take it down because it's a lot of knowledge in there, a lot of hidden knowledge, and
Yeah.
people need to learn this stuff, man, because I don't know why we're just in chaos. Everything in this, I've always taught for the long time. I've been telling people that nature is like a demonic thing, man, because everything in nature just eats itself, Like
Yeah.
gotta kill other animals. Like you got the bears killing baby deers, and everything has to kill each other to survive, and that's just demonic to me, I don't know why everything can't just be peace and just harmony. Everything has just been corrupted, man, and I don't know what to tell you. I grew up believing in God, but then I know there's a whole nother layer to that stuff, and it could actually put damn near I say like a crisis or something, mentally, because everything you knew and believe is not what it is,
Yeah, you woke up in hell, my friend.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to say it.
yeah. It's very
But
crazy out here, man. Everywhere is chaos. Look what's going on in this world with other countries killing other countries, just wars every day is nonstop chaos, man, and just torment,
yeah.
you know.
So what happened with you? How did you kind of get started in all this?
I have no idea, bro. I just feel like I have no idea how I've come to have these type of thoughts and be like deeper thinking because I'm not even trying to be facetious right now, but a lot of people from my like I'm not, as you said, it's not about race or anything. I just think it's a frequency thing because a lot of people, man, it doesn't even matter what race. They don't even come to think about these type of stuff, and I don't know how I ended up just thinking more deeper about the world. I don't know if it's genetics, the spirit. I don't. There's a lot of stuff that goes on, but I don't know. I can't tell you, man. I just started thinking about the world, seeing everything around me, and questioning it. And I used to post a lot of type of content like this on my Instagram, and I noticed a lot of people they didn't take it lightly, bro. Like they had a big issue with that. So
What'd you
I had
post?
like I used to talk about like how this world is just like messed up, like how nature is evil. You know what I'm saying? How we just kill, betrayal, everything. You know what I'm saying? Everything we do is about status, money, everything superficial, and a lot of my friends, family, people didn't agree with that, man. You know, actually, when you speak your thoughts and behavior out here in normal society, bro, you could get banned from a lot of stuff from, like being in that herd. They don't accept you, man. So, a lot of these concepts you got in your mind, you got to be very careful of who you introduce them to. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't handle it. Their programs, from like I was saying, like from culture, from upbringing, from religion, from gender, from race. It's like they're all controlling everybody. And then when you
Yep.
come along and say something that goes against that, they have this sort of rage within them that they don't want you
Yep.
to keep talking about it because then they have to think, but they can't think. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I,
mean, maybe they can, some of them can, but it's like they don't want to.
yeah. How is that possible? How could people just live in this world and not see the evil that's around them? Like, how are they just numb? They don't watch the news. They don't see everything was just going on. It's like they don't care or something, man. Like they're just, how are you happy here? I don't understand how are people happy here. If you do, they just ignore the brutal reality of everything was just happening around them, or they're sedated. It's very weird.
What you think, KJV?
Peace, peace, peace. What's happening, fellas?
How
Check,
you
check.
doing?
Can you hear me? Mic
Yeah, I
check.
can hear you. Hey,
Cool.
Philosopher Newport, if you're in here, you have to click the link in the live chat. I'll send it one more time. Okay. Click that link.
Hey, I'm gonna say one thing about YouTube. YouTube, you can find your tribe of people, man, who think the way you do. I think these other platforms like TikTok and Instagram is not. It's a bunch of normies and NPCs on those type of apps. I think if you got your own little niche going on and people who, what I'm saying, who could see the world like you could perceive the world like how you do, it's easier to find them because that content will find them. You know, I'll give that
Yeah,
to YouTube.
TikTok's all about making money. That's really all it is. So if you got fake people on there trying to make money,
Yeah.
I don't
I heard,
think they actually care about it deeper than that. I mean, they may, but not as deep as we do.
I've been hearing a lot of people ranting about TikTok. They said it's quite strict. They're getting banned for so many minor things.
Oh yeah, it's no joke there, man. I
Yeah,
don't
so
watch it.
Yeah,
minor
I don't.
things.
I actually have a friend who makes like I think $2,000 a day on TikTok, and I'm like, holy shit!
What?
That is
Yeah,
a.
for just going live and like doing like tarot and stuff.
Okay, that's
I'm like,
terrible.
damn.
Okay. Mm. Yeah, you
I
can't.
mean, no shame if you're making that kind of money. I mean, that's awesome.
Mm.
But they're not talking about stuff we talk about though,
Oh no.
because I think if you're talking about the stuff that we're talking about and you are trying to make money off that, then your intention is going to be perverted.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, you're right. It's not. You're not spreading the truth out of heart. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's for financial gain, which is another part of the system they want you to get caught up in.
So what's the cup of tea? What is it? Hell realm? Hell. We're living in hell. What is it? We live in hell. Okay. Right.
Yeah. So philosopher Newport, he's a modern day living philosopher who's been philosoph philosophizing about the world we live in, and he's come to find out that it is actually hell. It is a hell realm. He's been talking about this for a long time, actually, but he has a different opinion on why we're here than than I do, which is that's fine. But a lot of the things he talks about, like, I totally agree with, and he wants to come on and talk about it. So
Cool.
I was like, okay.
I mean, to some degree, I kind of agree with the term that, we may not be where we've been told we are, right? So that's always up for debate. Now, whether it's hell, I don't know. They say it's Earth, but that's the title we've been given, right?
Yeah.
Uh, for all we know, it could be Jupiter, it could be Mars, it could be anything we want it to be. Now, here we go.
So what do you where are you at now? Where do you think we are, KJV?
Through my research, like I said, we've been given the title Earth, but we don't know where we are right now. So, you got some bad feedback,
Yeah,
Tasmanian devil.
Tasmanian, you gotta mute your mic or fix what's going on over there. You there?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. All
What's
right, go
up,
ahead,
guys?
KJV. What's up, man? What were you saying, KJV?
Yeah, I was saying it's a title at the end of the day, right? They told us where we're living and what this place is. We haven't really found out for ourselves. So, if we're going to give them back their model, as some of these flat earthers do, they give them back their globe, right? But they keep hold of the title Earth, right? I think that's kind of crazy. You give them back their model, but keep the title. If you're going to give them back their model, you give them back their title and start from scratch, in my opinion. Now, like I said, where are we? The numbers and then the lines seem to be matching up with, the moon. The moon is also connected to Sheol. Sheol is connected to the underworld, Hell's, Hades, whatever you want to call it. So, and it's connected to sin, and sin is connected to, hell, for lack of better words. So there's some connections there I could see with the hellish worlds rather than Earth itself, if you know what I'm saying, because it's just a title, right? Whatever it really is, hell, and we've been told it's Earth. But my connection to the hell would be connected to sin, which sin is connected to the moon. So that's the connections I've been making of lately.
Interesting. Well, I mean, at the very least, can you at least say it's a layer of some sort of hell that's been layered over Earth? I mean, because what kind of existence is this?
Yeah, hold on, say that again. Say
It's.
that one more time,
I
because
mean,
I like I like what you
can
just
you at
said.
least say that it's some form of hell? It's not like the ultimate hell, but it's some form of hell at least.
Yes, you're right. Because hell, which would be Sheol, seems to be the covering of Earth. So you're wrapped inside hell. Heaven, Earth would be inside hell. So yeah, it's wrapped inside, the moon, basically. The Earth inside the moon, the hollow Earth to hollow moon theory.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off, man. But it was good meeting you, bro, and have a good debate. I'll be listening. All right, have a good one.
Oh, it's not a debate, but I appreciate you coming on, man. Nice to talk with you.
All right, for sure.
Peace.
Cheers.
Yeah, I don't do debates. I don't like debates. We're just chilling.
Right.
We're talking. We're just talking.
Sure.
We're not trying to one up each other. We're not trying to cause drama.
So,
Nope.
Hey, what's up?
Figure some shit out.
I mean, look, guys, it's a case of over searching and chasing for the truth and for a final destination of some sort, like a perfect place or realm or whatever. This would have been possible time ago. But anyways, when you look at things objectively, it's a case of perfection can never be obtained, right? We're just running around in constant circles, just chasing, but it's just leading to a zero. And, it's like we're just going from 0 to 0 continuously. There's no actual sort of like final stop to any of this. It's like pointless chasing.
Yep, and that's our lot in hell. That's
No, but I mean,
what.
look, man, it's. I was doing a load of exercise recently, and I was doing a strict routine, morning routine, and all that stuff. You know, just trying to keep healthy. You know, self massage and all that stuff. And yesterday, I was just so tired from all this shit, and I just thought, collapse on the mat and just start meditating and just start sleeping. And that nothingness for like a couple hours or so was so peaceful. I thought, you know, it just feels great just to let go of the attachments, to let go of the need and the desire to something, you know, because we're so tensed up to something and having to step out of our own stillness and just, you know, when you actually self-meditate, most beautiful thing you can do. So, yeah, it's
Yeah, it truly does feel good to let all this bullshit go.
yeah.
It really
It's
does.
look, man, it's all the searching we're doing, you know, everybody within this community searching for this and that, you know, for answers and all that
Yeah.
stuff. It's just.
Oh, he's
You know,
here. He's here. He's here. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to let y'all go for now. Is
Yes.
that okay?
Yes, Josh, thanks for having me up for a few minutes. I appreciate you,
Yeah.
bruv.
If he wants to have guests and to like talk with them, that's totally fine. But it's up to him. So.
Yeah, no problem. I dig
Okay.
that. Peace out, bro.
All right. Thanks, guys.
it's like,
Philosopher Newport.
Can you hear me?
Waiting, huh? I'm just messing with you. You're having trouble getting on here, huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, great. Yeah. What a fucking drag, man. It was messing around with my browser. My browser permissions had to be changed and so on and so forth. But yeah, thanks for being patient.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what else do you expect in hell, right?
Fucking hey, man. You know, can't go nice and smooth. No way.
No. There's always got to be bumps and hiccups in the road. All right,
Yeah,
so you're on here. I'm here to talk to you about your philosophy. So, I like your work. I really do. It resonates a lot with me. What you talk about. You know, I just disagree with the whole scripting this out myself, and that's totally fine. I'm not here to debate you, but I want to give you the floor to like talk about your philosophy.
Well, but I'd rather you ask me questions than me give a speech, you know?
Totally
But
fair.
So I mean, the first thing I would want to ask you, because I've never really got to ask anyone, or at least not very many people, and that is, when did you first discover death?
I guess when I first discovered death was when I guess when I truly thought about death was when one of my family members died when I was young, and it freaked me the fuck out because I didn't, I never even thought about that before.
Right.
I'm like, you get that existential crisis as a kid, and a lot of people kind of just, bury it away and never think about it again. But yeah, yeah. And then seeing all your pets die, and then more family members die, and then in my elementary school, I had some kids die who were young kids. That even throws you more for a loop because you're like, wait, young kids can die too? I can die any second now? What
Right.
the fuck?
Right. So about how old were you when you think you first, found out that this thing ends?
I don't actually remember the exact age, but probably, around maybe 6 or 7 or something like that.
Right. Yeah,
What about you?
I think that, what makes me different, it seems, compared to everyone that I've ever met or know, is that I just never got over it. I mean, I was up until that point, Well, the thing was, is I was 6 years old. It was the summer of 1970. I attended something called Montessori school, which was a private school. And I showed up to school one day, and the school had at least, a couple of hundred students. And I show up to school one day, and there's 2 or 3 other kids and a substitute teacher. I thought, where is everyone? And she said, well, they're at, so and so's funeral. And I said, what does that mean? And she said, well, so and so died last week. I said, well, what does that mean? I've never heard of this. I don't know what you're talking about. And she said, well, I think that's something that you should probably talk to your parents about, which I give her credit for. It's I wouldn't want someone else telling my kid what death is. So so I don't have any clue of what happened later. For the rest of that day, I just remembered that day when my mom came to pick me up. First thing I asked her in the car is, what does it mean to die? What is death? And she goes on to say, well, I think that's something you should ask your father. So I still have to wait to find out. And finally he gets home in the evening, and I ask him, what does it mean to die? Well, what is this death? And he said, son, your mother and I are humanists. We don't believe in God. We don't believe in heaven. We believe that when you die, that's it. It's done. It's over with. There's no more you. And by that age, for some reason, by that age of 6, I had learned to hide things from my parents. I learned to hide reactions. So I didn't reveal how flabbergasted I was at what he was saying, because this is dad. So dad can't be wrong. And yet it just didn't make any sense to me. He was basically describing annihilation, that, I will just simply not exist anymore. And so I remember later on that night, I was laying in bed thinking about it. And I was thinking, would be one thing if dad said that death was like a lonely, black, silent nothingness, and I somehow I was able to easily imagine that, just, wow, death is a lonely, silent, black nothingness. But dad's saying that there won't even be a me to know that there's a fucking black, silent nothingness. And I freaked out, and I started crying, and I ran out of my bedroom to run into the arms of my mom, and they were gone. There was the babysitter there, and she thought I just had a bad dream. And I said, no, no, we all have to die. Aren't you scared? And she told me to go back to bed. And I was again flabbergasted that she didn't want to discuss this, what I thought was a very important thing, that we have to die. And so yeah, I think I just never ever ever got over it. I just was never ever able to let the subject go. It was just so fascinating to me that, in fact, so the next day I woke up, and I was outside in the backyard. It was Dayton, Ohio, and it was blue sky, clouds, trees, green grass, dogs, my sister, my mom. And I thought, how did all of this happen? And why did it happen if it's just going to end? You know? And when I would try to talk about it with other kids, some of them would refer to something called God, which my parents had mentioned. And I knew my parents didn't like the idea of God, but I didn't understand why. And yeah, it's just so it's just a door that I had to find out more about. What is this death? Why are we alive in the first place if we're just gonna fucking die? It didn't make sense to me. Now, as a 62-year-old man, it makes a lot of sense as far as um the fact that it felt so unnatural, that it was so, as if I had come from a world or lived in a world where there was no such thing as death, where you living means living, not with this hidden fucking mysterious thing called death hovering over your head. You can be killed at any time. You don't know when, where, how you're gonna fucking die. And I think that's why yeah, the fact that that is so unnatural is what makes me lean in the direction of believing that heaven, must exist. That we actually have like a sort of, because we spend most of our time in eternity rather than hell, then I don't think you can ever really get used to hell. I think everything that's bad, mad, and sad here is always going to feel unnatural. And if it feels unnatural, that means it must contradict something. It must be the inversion of something. So um I continued to think about it throughout childhood. My dad considered himself a philosopher, but he was more of a political philosopher. Um, he was more into politics, although when he got older, he started getting into Eastern religion and so forth, and eventually became, what you would call spiritual and no longer an atheist. But I didn't really have many, really anyone to talk to about it throughout adolescence. And didn't do any studying, didn't do any reading, didn't study philosophy or read any books about such stuff. It wasn't until when I was 22 years old, I got a job as a security guard, working the graveyard shift in Silicon Valley at places like IBM and Hewlett Packard and so forth. And I had requested what they call a study post. So that meant that I would work from midnight to 8 a.m. at a post that had hardly any action, and and which would allow me to read. And so the first thing that I began studying was actually psychology. And the security guards that came on before me that worked the swing shifts, most of them were college students. So I borrowed this college student's Psychology 101 course book and read it and wrote down various names and titles and so forth, and then went to the public library and got all the books of the famous brand name psychologists. And after a while, I realized this is just a load of shit. Psychology, there really is no gold standard to it. And it originally began as what was known as the talking therapy, and the advantage of having a psychologist to talk to. Well, for like people in the old days, people used to talk to their reverend or their pastor or their rabbi or something if they didn't want to discuss something with their family. But, I guess by the time the early 1900s came, there were a lot of atheists who didn't have rabbis or preachers or pastors to talk to. And so that was the appeal of psychiatry or psychology in the early days, was that it was just simply a talking therapy, talking with someone who's not going to be judgmental and let you just say all the things that you want to say, but you don't want to say them to your family or your friends. And to me, that's the beginning and the end of psychology. That's the only benefit to it, is that you're talking to a stranger and getting shit off your chest that you can't get off with your friends or your family. And other than that, it's quackery. So then I moved on into philosophy, and again just started off with someone's course book, Philosophy 101, writing down the important sounding names and titles of books and stuff, and then going to the libraries and finding the original works and so forth. And after a while, again, it's just I didn't know what questions I had, but all I knew was reading all these brand name European famous philosophers. They weren't answering the questions. And it was only, many, many, many years later that I realized there are four fundamental questions that philosophers or spiritualists should answer. And that is, um, why am I alive as a temporary creature in a temporary world? How did this happen? The second question has to be answered. Is there a God? Is there a singular conscious entity who created everyone and everything? And if so, what are its qualities? And if not, can life still exist without a God? And then the third question is, obviously, that has to be answered, although none of these can be answered empirically. But the third question is, what happens when I die? Do I really stop thinking and feeling and being aware of anything ever again? Or is it like waking up from a bad dream? And then the fourth question, for the longest time, it was just three fundamental questions. And then I realized there was a fourth fundamental question, and that is this all make it up, free will, free play, make it up as we go along, subject to random chance, odds, and luck? Or has it been predetermined? Has it been scripted? And so, yeah, looking back, I can see why I was so dissatisfied with all the famous brand name European philosophers, or any philosophers. They weren't, and it was, Alan Watts was like the very final philosopher I ever discovered. But up until Alan Watts, no one was answering those questions. And even though I didn't have those questions formulated back in my 20s, I just knew that they weren't being answered. And so, anyways, as time went on, because I burned through all the philosophy books, and to me, they were just all a load of shit. Hadn't yet discovered Alan Watts. So I moved on into the airy-fairy woo-woo stuff, the New Age stuff, starting off with Edgar Cayce, and then moving on to like trance-channeling books, and books by people claiming to be in communication with angels or beings in other dimensions, and all of that stuff. Had to look through all of that woo-woo stuff. And then branched into like Buddhism and Hinduism, although not anything like the way Alan Watts studied it. And then various books, I can't even give you their names, but various books about or by Indian gurus, and many of them were what you would call love gurus, where whether they were performing it or portraying it or were legitimately, sort of blissed out, they were very peaceful, happy people who claim that the answers to our questions are love-based. And so all of that, so that study in my early 20s was sort of like tilling the soil for this experience that I was going to have in October of 1988 when I was 24, which was my first experience with MDMA. I had, as a teenager, taken various LSD trips and mushroom trips, but I did all that just recreationally. And in fact, I was taking this MDMA recreationally because it's weird how it came into my life. I had never heard of it before up until like a couple of months before I tried it. And the first way it introduced itself to me was normally working the graveyard shift. I would sleep from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. But this one particular day, I don't know, I was up at like 4:30 in the afternoon. I had the television on, the Phil Donahue program on, and they were discussing this drug MDMA because it was about to be classified as a Schedule 1 controlled substance. And then oddly enough, like a few days later, I'm on the phone with my dad, and he's telling me that he's listening to this program on the radio, and they're talking about this drug MDMA, and how people found it sort of insightful. And then I talked to some people in this voicemail community that I belong to, and the overall impression that I ended up with was that what I was going to be taking was a softer, friendlier version of LSD. Because if you've ever taken LSD, you'll know that you get to the peak period, it can get kind of fucking rough, where you feel like you're teetering, you might get the fleeting thought that you're going to get stuck there, because it's sort of what they call the egoless state. Well, that also means sort of like it kind of blocks off your memory, and you don't want to get stuck there. So anyways, it can be rough, the LSD. And I was told that this MDMA doesn't have that rough period. And so I was just taking it recreationally. And so through incredible circumstances, I met this guy through voicemail, who I had conversations with through voicemail, never ever spoke to him on the phone, never met him in person. Anyways, he told me he could get me some MDMA, $15 a gram, some stuff from Texas. And but our arrangements were that I wasn't going to be able to pick it up from him because I had to go to work. So my roommate actually got to meet this guy who called himself Bob X. He paid the $15, brought the gram of MDMA home, and 9:30 on Saturday night, we made, I think, yeah, out of that gram, we made 3 fat fucking lines. And so there was me, my roommate, and his girlfriend, and we were all of about the same height and weight and age. And so what I did with my big fat line was I snorted half of it up one nostril and the other half up the other nostril. And then, oh my God, man, my fucking face just felt like it was on fire. And I could tell that it was the same with the other two. And we all just sort of like instinctively laid down. And as I laid down with my face feeling like it was on flames, these thoughts occurred to me. Don't fight the pain. Don't ask it to go away. Don't ask how long is this going to last. Just be the pain. Be the burning. And so I did. And it only lasted like a minute or two. But then as the pain wore off, this sort of bliss kind of segued in. And this bliss just kept building and building and building for hours upon hours upon hours. It's like expanding. It's like metaphysical, metapsychological. Just this incredible sense of everything is perfect, resistance is futile, and that underneath it all, the answers to our questions are definitely the epitome of simplicity, fearlessness, and good news for all living creatures. And the odd thing was, after about an hour or two, my roommate and his girlfriend were knocked out. It knocked them out because they didn't have any kind of conceptual framework to deal with this kind of state of mind. They didn't study philosophy, spirituality, nothing like that. So to them, it just sort of they just got blissed out. It just basically blissed them out into unconsciousness because, as far as I know, they just basically ended up sleeping or something like sleeping. And in fact, the next day or week, they didn't have that typical what they call serotonin crash. They didn't have that. Whereas with me, we took it at 9:30 at night. I didn't crash. I didn't go to sleep or go to bed until noon the next day. And I had this afterglow of effortless serenity for a week. And then on the last day of that serenity, I could feel it slipping away. And I knew it would. I knew it was the result of the drug, but and when it slipped away, oh my God, I came crashing down really, really hard. The hardest thing to accept was that after all of that, I was still the same angry fucking asshole I had been before the experience. Because during the experience and during that week of afterglow, you sort of feel like, you've been changed and goodbye, Mr. Angry Young Man asshole. Here's the new me type of kind of thing. And no, that all wore off. And if anything, I was angrier than before because it fucking wore off and because I couldn't fucking stay there in that bliss. And so during that experience, like around 7:30 in the morning, I had no one to talk to except I thought I'll call my dad. And so I was talking to my dad about it because I knew that he could, I knew that he was into the spirituality thing. And every so often, after I'd say something, he'd say, "That's funny because the Course says something just like that." And I said, "What is this Course that you keep talking about?" And he said, "A Course in Miracles." And I said, "What's that?" And it's this 3-volume book that was supposedly, well, the author was Helen Schuckman, but she claimed that Jesus Christ dictated the book to her. but she was an associate professor of clinical psychology at Columbia University in the early 1960s when this thing started wanting to come out of her. And so eventually, I had to see what this fucking Course in Miracles looked like, and I borrowed his copy, and I studied it. It's very anti-ego, and that was the thing that I had the biggest problem with, was that it was so anti-ego. And I eventually, I got some good stuff from it, and I studied it 3 times. It has a text for students, a manual for teachers, and a workbook for students. The workbook has like 365 different exercises that you gotta perform each day. And I didn't like being told by any book what I have to fucking do or what rules I have to follow. So I studied the workbook, but I only practiced it for like 28 days. And then I said, I don't like conforming to this. I don't like, being disciplined or sticking to this rule that I got to do a new fucking exercise each day. So, but I studied it anyways. I read the workbook, and after the 3rd time, or right around the 3rd time, it occurred to me that the only thing that was valuable about the A Course in Miracles was its own summary of itself, which I found just really very, very attractive. I couldn't keep my eyes or my mind off of it. And the summary is found in the early part of the book. It summarizes itself as such: nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. So I used that to basically reject the Course itself, because it's saying God is at peace. Well, why is God at peace? God is at peace because nothing real can be threatened. And so then you have to ask, well, what is real? And I, eventually came up with this idea that what is real is perfect eternal conscious energy. And so if there was a God, well, God would be perfect eternal conscious energy. Thank goodness there isn't a God. And so instead, every living thing is actually perfect eternal conscious energy. And people, even Alan Watts, had this idea of one consciousness experiencing itself as a bunch of different entities. Well, I don't like that. And it doesn't fit the criteria of being in the epitome of simplicity, fearlessness, and good news for all. It's not good news for all that I'm just the fucking figment of someone's imagination. I don't like that at all. That offends me. I want to be an individual, unique, subjective, eternal person. And that is the simplest answer. That has no fear in it, that has nothing in it that could scare anyone. And it's good news for all. But so anyway, I got through A Course in Miracles, and around October of 1993, I was in the middle of a depression that had started in April of 91 and would end around August of 94. But so I was having various emotional crises during this time. And I just got really fed up one night in October of 93, just really fed up. I laid down on my bed and I said, what the fuck am I here for? Why am I alive? I don't know why I'm alive. What the hell is this for? Especially since I'm going to fucking die and I don't know what it means. And so this thought came into my head and it said, well, what do you want the answers to be? Never mind how fantastic, how much they sound like a pipe dream, how ridiculous, absurd. Just honestly, as honest as you can fucking be with yourself, what do you want the answers to be? What do you want the truth to be? And I immediately knew, well, I want this to be a dream, and I want death to be that it's simply waking up from this dream. And I want to be the one that's responsible for this dream. I don't like the idea that someone else made me have this dream or created this dream for me. And therein it was really the genesis of the idea of perfect eternal conscious energy and the dream world theory. And also what kicked it off was, as I had said before, I studied loads of other philosophers, but Alan Watts ended up being the last one. And the way that worked out was, throughout my 20s, I was always envious of the 1960s. I wished I had been in my 20s back in the 60s with the free love and the sex and the rock and roll and the hippies and the Woodstock and all that stuff, the anti-establishment counterculture. And so I would read books, when I wasn't studying philosophy and spirituality, about the 1960s. And there would always be this name, Alan Watts. The name Alan Watts would always be especially associated with the San Francisco scene. And so eventually, yeah, around, what was it, about 1991, I decided, well, I'm going to find out, what this Alan Watts has to say. And I went to the library, and the only book they had by him was his autobiography. And on page 4 of his autobiography, he talks about how we are all, he basically just says, we are eternal conscious entities, and this mortal life is just a fucking dream world. But for some reason, that isn't what grabbed me. Instead, it was later on in the book, he asked this what if question. He said, what if God is having a dream of being like a child in a war, being burned with napalm or what have you? What if God is dreaming this horrible dream simply for the thrill of waking up from the nightmare and remembering that he's divine? And I remember I really latched on to that, and I thought, well, why are you using the word God, Alan? Why can't you just say that for all of us? Why can't you just ask for us, for each individual? What if each of us is dream? Because this is a horrible fucking life. To me, as far as if there's one bad thing in your entire life, to me that ruins the whole fucking thing. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's not a natural world. It's not our natural life. It's not a so yeah, so things don't have to be that extreme, being a child being burned with napalm in a war. I think everyone's dream here is bad. I think that we all, or most people, are inclined to not want to admit that and want to insist that it's a beautiful world and a beautiful life. But I don't know how you can believe that when there's infanticide and rape and motherfuckers that want to fucking jib jab you. Did you know that little babies get jib jabbed within minutes of being born? They get jib jabbed with something called vitamin K. And it's not from God's garden either. It's a synthetic chemical. But that's beside the point. So anyway, so then moving on. So yeah, I really latched on to that idea that, what if this is just a dream and we're dreaming it just for the thrill of waking up divine? Now, I eventually started banging back and forth this idea that actually that's not good enough, waking up just to be divine, or waking up and remembering you're divine. I thought that if you think about being in heaven or reality forever, it is conceivable that you could get bored with a life where nothing goes wrong, where there is no bad, sad, or mad. And I guess, as Alan sort of pointed out, if there is sort of no mystery, there's no adventure. I don't know. I think that could get boring after a long time. But if you think of heaven, because I used to try to imagine, what the afterlife is, and for years, to me, it was just something sort of nebulous, something without form. Somehow I'm still a consciousness. I'm still me. I can still think and feel, as a conscious entity, but I don't have a body. I don't have a face. And that didn't sit very well with me, the idea that that's what reality is like. Although it does sort of fit the model of inversion. the opposite of form is formlessness, isn't it? And here we're in a world of forms, of skin and bone and dirt and wood and stone. So you would think that perhaps heaven would be formless, but then that's not fun, and that doesn't meet the criteria of being the epitome of simplicity, fearlessness, and good news. So then it wasn't actually not too long ago, maybe a year ago or whatever. I'm standing by the window smoking a cigarette, as I normally do, because I don't smoke sitting in the room. I smoke by the window and let the smoke go out the window. And was looking at the birds in the backyard, looking at the birds in the bird bath, just, splashing. And it looks so, the cat's being crazy. It looks so precious. And I thought, this warm feeling flowed through me about how pretty this world can be, at times, and how precious this world can be. And then it sort of dawned on me that, my God, if I didn't have this psychological condition of hell, because really, I mean, I refer to this place as hell, but I really think it's our condition that is hell. I could say that fully if this earth didn't have tornadoes and hurricanes, but because this earth has tornado and hurricanes, we have to say that this physical world too is hell, because I'm sure tornadoes and hurricanes don't happen in heaven. That would be ridiculous. So, it began to dawn on me that, oh my God, wouldn't it be great if heaven looked a lot like this world, as pretty as it can be with its clouds and its blue sky and the sunlight and the birds and the flowers and the trees, but it just doesn't have this psychological condition that we all suffer from. And at the core of our psychological condition here is fear. And fear, it seems, fear replaces, put it this way, when you forget the truth, it is replaced by fear. And obviously we have forgotten the truth of what we are, who we are, where we come from, why we're here. And so since we've forgotten the truth, since we don't know the fucking answers to those questions, at the center of us is fear. So what if heaven is an earth-like place, except there's no fear? Well, you got to admit that it feels nice to just feel nice, and you don't even have to be high. I mean, it's nice just to have a day when you're clean and sober, and there's no hassles, and there's no bullshit, and there's no worries, and there's no problems. It's just a what you would call a sort of normal day, but things go nicely and easily. To me, that would be heaven enough. I'd be happy with that to be heaven. I don't need to be able to, flap my arms and fly through the sky. I don't need to have any kind of magical powers, just to be able to live a life where I don't feel bad, where I don't feel angry, where I don't feel scared, where I don't feel anxious, where I don't have this fucking thing called death hovering over my head mysteriously, never knowing when the Grim Reaper is going to chop my fucking head off. And it's not that I fear death. If I fear anything, I fear pain and misery. The thing I don't want to do is I don't want to fucking die slowly. I don't want to die of Alzheimer's or Parkinson's or any of that shit. And if I see any of those kind of signs start to pop up into my life, I really do want to jump off a high cliff and just kill myself and get it over and done with. But so anyways, saying all that, I wrote my first book I started writing my first book in December of 93. I started taking notes, and I finished those notes in August of 94, and I had 550 handwritten pages of stuff. And I put it up on the shelf with the intention of eventually getting a computer with a word processing program so that I could type it up verbatim. But it took 2.5 years. It wasn't until June of 96 that I got myself a Macintosh computer that had Microsoft Word 5.1 already installed on it. And by that time, I had realized that no, I'm not going to type those notes up verbatim. I'm going to take the best stuff out of those notes, and I'm going to, work on it and polish it and get it as fucking good as I can. And that was my first book, called The Vomit Factory: Life is Fake, Death is Good. And like I said, I started typing that up and creating even new stuff. June 96, I was finished with it January of 99. And I sent the U.S. Copyright Office a couple of copies in April and got my certificate in August. And that's the only book I've ever sent to the Copyright Office, because I eventually moved to England, and the U.S. Copyright Office won't let you register books from abroad. They insist on U.S. payments only, and so on and so forth. But anyway, so yeah, and in all these years, I've never really had anyone to talk to about this stuff, because I guess no one's been as obsessed about it as I have. But any questions?
Well, thank you for telling that story. Man, you've been at this for a while, huh?
Well, yeah, since 1970, man.
That's way before my time, my prison sentence. So yeah, okay. So I guess a question I would have is, so you say that you want good news for all, right? Can you repeat what you wanted?
Well, it's the idea is that the answer to those 4 philosophical questions that I pointed out, the answers to them have to reach the criteria of being the epitome of simplicity, fearlessness, and good news for all living creatures. And the good news for all living creatures means that the answer can't exclude anyone. You know how like various religions, like Christianity, excludes you from heaven if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, right? So
Yeah. Okay. So I guess my first question is, what if it's not that way, though?
what do you
Hypothetically,
mean? What do
like,
you
what if
mean?
it's hypothetically? What if it's not good news for all that we're here experiencing this? What then? It's just hypothetically, you know.
Yeah. Well, I should say that the reason why, again, well, I think I did mention it. The reason why I had this criteria and why it has to be this way is because of my experience with bliss, which some people call cosmic consciousness. And so you've heard the term vibration, right? And vibrational reality.
Oh yeah, all is love.
Have you ever heard of Abraham Hicks?
Yeah. Hmm.
Have you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, he's pretty. I mean, he's pretty popular in the New Age movement and stuff like that.
Right. Well, so Abraham Hicks talks about this, vibrational reality, and how if you're vibrating at a lower vibration, then there's various ideas that are out of your reach. So obviously, the higher you vibrate, the more higher vibrational ideas you can access and relate to. And so it strikes me that the reason why people do have a problem with this idea is because they haven't had an experience of bliss, where they would have access, or where those ideas are where they resonate with them, they're in alignment with them. So I don't think the answer can be anything less than great, especially if you think of heaven as being reality, or reality as being heaven. Then obviously it has to be fearless, and it has to be good news.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that part. But what I don't agree with is the part where we're here, though. Like, I believe there's good news for us too. leave this place for good, that's good news. I'm with you there, but the good news being wrapped up in being in the shit-stained world is something good for us, and that we chose it. That doesn't seem like good news to me because it makes me feel um, just nasty on the inside and just disgusted that I would script something out so terribly, horribly disgusting. And not only me, but like I look at other people like a child and I think, oh, so they scripted their own abuse in the most horrendous ways possible. That's like supposed to be good news. You know what I'm saying? What do you
Well,
think?
well, the alternative is someone else did it to them, and that's bad news. So, given the choice that you did this to yourself or someone else did this to yourself, and not only did you obviously do this to yourself, but you obviously chose to forget that you did this to yourself. But again, what's the better idea, that you did this to yourself or someone else did this to yourself, that someone else even could do this to yourself? To me, that's horrifying.
It is horrifying.
But
But
it's
that
not
isn't.
but it's not so horrifying if you did it to yourself, like you took a drug. What if you took a drug knowing that you're gonna forget that you took that drug?
Yeah,
And
it's
yet,
so here's how I kind of view it in your terms like that maybe you can relate to. Like, what if you didn't know what the drug would be, but you took it anyways, and you realized, oh, fuck this. This is a bad trip that I didn't script. It was part of the drug that someone gave me, and I don't want nothing to do with this anymore. So when
and
you get out of here or wake up or whatever, you don't have to be attached to all the consequences of all the evil things that happened there, or how it was somehow your fault, or like you dreamt it up. Does that make sense? That's just where I'm coming from, but what do you think?
well, um, I mean, it's certainly. I mean, if we scripted this existence beforehand, then it's certainly conceivable from my mortal point of view that it's sort of like if you or I were going to write a movie here, write out a script for someone, or just simply write out a script. We can imagine what that character is going to go through, but you don't really know it until you live it, right? So it's in sort of alignment with what you're saying. I can concede that it's possible that though you did this to yourself, you regret it, but you can't stop it till it's over.
Till you
And,
jump
and
off that cliff when you get any sign of, okay, it's my time to go. Yippee-ki-yay! Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like I'm not gonna wait around for a slow, agonizing death.
well, at least you
That's
hope
just
not. You hope not. But given that this is fucking hell, it's certainly conceivable that something can happen to me and that I still fucking end up in the hospital, dying slowly, for
yeah.
months, weeks, or whatever. Because, you know, uh, like normally when you hear of someone gets a heart attack, you think it's just a heart problem. A lot of people who have heart attacks, they bang their head, when they fall, and that sends them in the hospital, and then they die slowly. And yeah. I mean, anything can happen, but I just, I just wouldn't. I wouldn't want to go through that personally, and I would feel so humiliated and embarrassed to burden anyone else. I know that there's a lot of angelic like people here that work with people with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, but oh my God, I still wouldn't want to put them through it.
Yeah, definitely. So, okay, another thing that uh, gets talked about is, okay, what if that's not true? What if that's just a deception? Because there's a thing called um, evil entities that tricked or deceived you into coming here, right? So like you could have chose to come here, or you could have chose to script this thing out, but you were under some sort of deception because you didn't know the full consequences of it. So you keep reincarnating because you have to learn lessons, do tests, appease some kind of higher power or God, or justify this in any sort of way. But what if, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, why is it so unbelievable that there is actually evil? There's evil here, right? So what is so unbelievable that there's also evil in the spirit realm? Is my
Well,
question to you.
right. Well, again, in the interest of the epitome of simplicity, there's two worlds. And so there's reality and there's dream world. And I go even further and say that there's heaven and there's hell. And so there is no in between. And obviously, you're not going to have any kind of I just smoked some pot. Sorry about that.
You're all blissed out now.
Coughing. God. What was I saying? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So in the interest of simplicity, there's two worlds. It's reality and there's dream world, or there's heaven or there's hell. And so it's really that simple, that there's, on the other side of death, it's going to be heaven, it's going to be reality, and there isn't going to be any evil entities. Is there evil here in hell? Fuck yeah, there's evil here in hell, but all those evil people, I mean, they are people, they are humans, they're not disincarnate spirits or what have you, because it seems to me very convincingly that in order to access this mortal hell we're in, you have to have a biological body. If you don't have a biological body, you can't fucking access this mortal hell, and vice versa. With this biological body, you can't access heaven or reality. You just fucking can't. You've got the virtual reality skin suit on. You've got the Matrix thing plugged into the back of your neck or whatever. But it's, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, yeah. This body is an abomination that can rot in the ground here for all I care. But yeah, I just have a hard time believing that it's either simplistic or it's not true, I guess. So help me through that.
What do you mean?
Like, it either has to be simple, like this is hell and there's only heaven outside of this realm, and there's only evil here but not out there, because if there was, then it wouldn't be good news for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I kind of find I'm having trouble believing that for myself, but explain how you go about it.
Well, I think that, again, as I said, I think the reason why I believe it, or why I extrapolated that from that MDMA experience, is because it's a higher vibrational idea. And most of the time, well, certainly I don't walk around in that MDMA state. So just in my normal state of consciousness, I have a memory of that experience. But people who have not had that experience obviously have not had that experience of that higher vibrational idea. And again, I would call it sort of like what those Indian gurus would talk about. It's they were convinced that the answers are all like love based, which is or just lovely, and that's because they were, however, they were somehow in alignment with these higher vibrational ideas. So the higher the vibrational idea, the less amount of fear there is. The lower the vibrational idea, the more fear there is in the idea. The idea will cause anxiety or dissatisfaction or disappointment. So you're right. So I would say that it's perfectly natural, acceptable, and reasonable that you don't believe this, because you haven't had that experience, and you would be lying to yourself if you said that you can align with this idea that the answers have to be the epitome of simplicity, fearlessness, and good news for all. That sounds too good to be true for you, because you have not experienced, at least temporarily, that higher vibrational feeling or what have you?
So I have done psychedelics, and I
Uh,
have done a lot of lucid dreaming and some astral projection, and I have experienced higher vibrations, better realms. Um, but I've also experienced really terrible ones. And sometimes, here's the thing. Sometimes those heavenly realms that I was experiencing was actually a deception, and it turned out to be, you know, like the TV show The Good Place, where everything was perfect and fine and great, and everyone was having a good time. Then all of a sudden, I was being deceived, and then a lot of bad shit happened. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to say that there is no perfect heavenly realm, or there's nothing good out there. What I'm trying to say is, um, I just don't see there being evil only in this realm, because I've experienced it in other places, and how bad it is here, and how revolting it makes my spirit. It doesn't bring me good news to think that I am involved with this in any way, or I scripted it anyway. I scripted out my own torture. I scripted out someone else's torture that I was going to torture. It doesn't make me feel good news to look at children and say, "You chose this. You scripted this." Um, for me, it makes me feel good news to think that, oh, we got tricked to coming here somehow, some way. That gives me more good news than to say that they deserved it because they chose it. You see what I'm saying? Like, for me
yeah.
personally, I'm not saying, I mean, you can believe what you want. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's based on your own experience. So you have to, honor your own experience. At the end of the day, none of us know. All we got are best guesses and conclusions, and worked
That's
out
true.
worked out with logic and reason. But I just find it disempowering to believe that anyone could make us do it. So here's the thing, that it might be the point that you're missing, as far as if you're looking at that child that's been terribly fucking abused, and or murdered or whatever, and you say, oh, the child but if you think of us, who we really are, perfect eternal conscious entities, perfect eternal conscious persons, then the fact that we are indestructible, and that in our home state of awareness, which is reality, the other side of death, that we are, we're completely fearless. And so and eternity means the middle of forever. That means you've always been alive. You've always been alive. You will always be alive. And so certainly it's conceivable that in your home state of awareness, your reality, heaven, it could get boring after a while. If nothing bad, mad, or sad happens there, I can see how we would want to experience some kind of bizarre fucking world like this one, especially given that we're not sure why we're here. We're not sure there is a home or a heaven. I mean, that's diabolical. That's a diabolical fucking game, mind fuck to put on yourself. Let's dream a dream where we don't even fucking know we're dreaming. Or, I mean, honestly, that's just diabolical. But only someone that is eternal and infinitely intelligent would have the balls to do these things. So I'm saying that this hell that we are in is incredibly sophisticated, and it can only be the product of us in our home state of awareness, where we are infinitely intelligent, we are fearless. It's not even brave, we're just fearless. We don't care how much fucking pain we're going to be putting ourselves through. The whole objective is, at the end of this journey, you wake up back in paradise, and you are grateful for it, because there are no mean people. I mean, this is what I extrapolate. You're grateful for it, and that there are no mean people. You would love to be able to, if some kind of love bomb hit this fucking earth tomorrow, and suddenly fear was gone in everything, every creature, and we all got along wonderfully and beautifully, and everyone was nice and friendly and cooperative, and no one would let anyone go without anything. I mean, that is you would be so fucking happy. And that's, to me, that's exactly what it's got to be like. And that's exactly why we put ourselves through this fucking horrible life. Because you've got to admit, the most horrible thing about this life is our own personal fucking memories and our own personal self-loathing. And
Yep.
so that's the worst of it, because you would think that there would be some kind of knob to turn, or some way to turn it down, or level it off or whatever, but even it's inside of us and we can't fucking control it. Never mind the children and the tornadoes and the rapes and the murders and everything going on outside of us. To me, the worst part is what's going on inside, and the fact that you can't turn it off. That you have to learn to cope with it and endure it and so forth.
Yeah, it's a lot of my own hell, is my own fucking madness within myself. But what really, really just like disgusts me is seeing all life here, no matter if you're human, an animal, a plant, whatever it is. We're all enslaved by biology. We're all enslaved by the life eating life world. We're all shitting and pissing everywhere. We're all working just to fucking just to fucking die at the end of the day. And the most horrendous of torture happens every single day, millions of times over. And the animals, humans, everything. And I personally just can't. Okay, even if it's a dream, it's still like going with what you're saying. There's still conscious sentient beings here suffering nonstop, nonstop, and I just don't see any good eternal consciousness wanting to put innocence, because you know what? Because we're not that anymore. If we came from that, we're different now. Like you're not that eternal conscious being anymore. You're some kind of fucking rag doll thrown in here to take all the abuses of life. And then when you wake up, you return to that thing. And it eats all your experiences and it has a good time. But what about fucking you? What about all you people you fucking loved? But all the animals that fucking suffered for what? For this sick thing's game that was bored? That's what I think about. And I said that I don't want to go back to that thing. If this is what it dreams up, that's fucking sick, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I think that when I die, it'll be just very, very, very much the same, like waking up. So transitioning from being a human here in bed, having a dream, and then as you wake up from the dream and you realize you're in your room and so on and so forth. I pretty much expect that to happen upon death. And so it is not a mystery. It's you're the motherfucker that planned out this life, every moment of your life, but you forgot that you did it, and you chose to forget that you did it, because otherwise it wouldn't play out the way it plays out. So, and like I say, the alternative is someone else did this to you, and that's just really horrific. That's really terrifying, that someone else made you experience this. And at the end of the day, I mean, look how many things you've been through and that you got through, and here you are today. As if, well, put it this way, I mean, how many times have you had a cold or a flu? I mean, anytime I've had a cold or a flu, I swear to God, I feel like I'm fucking dying. I'm convinced I've got lung cancer. I'm dying, and yet I recover, and I recover to the point like today, like I've never been ill a day in my life. So even though there's terrible, horrible things that go on in this world with people, to people, so on and so forth, they still get through it, and so not you can tell that the real them, the conscious entity, isn't really being changed or destroyed by any of this, you know.
Yeah. I see like I I see children who get injured severely at such a young age, and then they have to live out that script for the rest of their life, and it's the most agonizing torture, and it doesn't go away, and it's not so simple as a cold. Um, I know people who've been through that and still experiencing that. Um, and thing is, you have to get through it, or what? You're gonna, you know, jump off that cliff, or it's gonna eventually take you out. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, I'm not trying to change your mind or debate with you. I'm just telling you, like,
Oh
my
no,
own personal,
no,
yeah, my
I
own
appreciate
personal
that.
thing.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
For me, it doesn't seem like good news to me to think that we scripted all this. It feels more good news to think, oh, we just fucked up. We fucked up. Somehow we fucked up. We didn't see the fine print. This was a bad decision. Like, to me, that sounds more like good news. And knowing I will never fucking do that again sounds like the best news. I
But
I I, I learned. I learned something. Okay, I did learn something. Don't ever fucking come back here.
yeah, but think of the middle of forever, brother. Think of the middle of forever. You're alive, alive, alive. You can't die. In fact, have you ever thought about that? That being eternal, you can't turn yourself off, you know? And so, what are you to do with yourself? You're a thinking, feeling entity who is aware he is a thinking, feeling entity. You've always been alive. You're always going to be alive as this thinking, feeling entity. Right now, you're aware of this mortal world. You know that this mortal world is temporary and that there's, well, either annihilation happens upon death or it's a return back to some kind of reality, some kind of home state. And obviously, you're going to get bored with that home state again, and you are going to come back here, you know, at some point, sometime, and be grateful for it. That's why one
Hey,
of my
brother, don't put that on me now. You can come back here if you get bored.
you watch, you'll be back.
Okay, so when you say you'll be back, so you're saying there couldn't possibly ever be a million billion infinite different ways to experience reality. Like, this is the only way, or this is the only hellish world. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what
Oh
I'm
no.
saying?
Oh no. I agree with you where you're going at. I think there has to be, you know, perhaps infinite fucking possibilities, infinite fucking dream worlds, infinite types of fucking hell. You know, this is just the one we're in right now. That's all. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't go to the same fucking hell over and over. I wouldn't think you would, but who knows? I mean, just the fact that, I mean, isn't it hell? I mean, if we are on the right track, isn't it hell enough that we've forgotten that we're eternal and that we have a home that never changes? I mean, that in itself is hell, without the abuse, without the crimes against humanity and so forth, and the tornadoes and the hurricanes and the toothaches and so forth. Just, it's bad enough that we don't know where we come from, and we all have the sense that this place is wrong. This is something wrong about this fucking life, you
Hell
know.
yeah.
I think it occurs to you. Do you remember the first time you ever got slapped in the face by your parent, or spanked on the ass? I mean, it's
Yeah, it fucking
shocking.
hurt. I was like,
It,
damn,
it's shocking. It's
what
shocking, and
the
it's
fuck?
humiliating. It's humiliating as well. This big fucker that I can't fight back against is hitting me, you know? And to me, just that sense in looking back at how unnatural it is makes me think that therefore it doesn't happen in heaven, you know, that kind of getting smacked and getting hit and all that doesn't happen in heaven. And that's a very nice place to be.
Yeah. Um, so explain to me. So you think everyone in this world is an eternal consciousness, correct?
Yeah, not only every human, but every fucking plant, every animal, every insect. I mean, there's only one kind of energy, and that's perfect eternal conscious energy. So hence the word conscious. So the energy that moves the fly, that moves the flea, the energy that, you know, allows the plant to suck up fucking water with its roots and to shoot its, you know, arms up towards the sun and so forth. That energy is conscious, and so those are people. I know it sounds preposterous, but I'm positive. You know, the fish, the plants, the potato, the carrot you eat, the banana you eat, all those were people, but they're just, you know, obviously
No, I'm sorry. I don't
we
want
just
to eat
have
them.
different forms. That's all, you know.
So when people say you shouldn't eat meat, you should be a vegan. Actually, it doesn't matter because they're all people, anyways.
That's what I think.
Damn, that's a fucking mic drop right there.
Well, that's why I call us ghouls. I mean, look at us. We live, we exist upon the dead. We eat the dead. Without the dead, we couldn't live. So is that not a ghoul? That's we
That's
live
a
on the
fucking
dead.
nightmare.
Tell me about it. It's horrid. It's fucking horrid, you know. If I were to think about how my fucking hamburger was actually, you know, achieved and made, I couldn't fucking eat it because it's horrific to watch a cow get fucking stunned and then get its throat cut and bled to death and all that. It's just, you know, what a fucking horror show.
Well, doesn't that make you perverted since you dreamt it up? You scripted it
Yeah.
out?
Well, hey,
You're the fucking monster, huh?
and there's this sudden thought lately. I mean, what if you, Joshua, you fucking die tomorrow, you wake up from this dream, and guess what? None of us were actually there with you. We were all figments of your imagination.
Yeah, I thought about that. Yeah, is that solipsism?
Probably, yeah. Probably,
Yeah.
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 So you
Yeah,
wake up
it's
and
it's
actually there was no, you know, Donald Trump or Adolf Hitler or Abraham Lincoln or any. Those were all just figments of my imagination. I dreamt I was, you know, oh yeah. I don't think it is, but it's just a what if question, you know.
well, in my opinion, all those characters on the world stage are a figment of your imagination because they're not real people. They're just people playing parts for the world stage to deceive your ass into thinking this is a real world and you can actually make any change here. It's all scripted. I mean, you believe in that too. Like it's all scripted. And
That
to
each
some
of us
extent you believe that.
well, yeah, that 100% that we all scripted it in collusion and collaboration with each other before this mortal world ever even manifested. It had to be that way. You know, you can't have a world without a story. You can't have a story without a world. So both the world and the story have to start at the same time. But in order for that world to start and that story to start, it has to be written. It has to be established. It has to be scripted. And obviously we would have to do that in collusion and collaboration with each other on some obviously very grand scale, you know. And the thing is look at all of us here. They say that there's 8 billion humans on this planet. Well, how many billions and zillions and trillions of fucking birds and insects and plants and trees are here? So I mean, wow, the amount of work that went into choreographing and scripting and designing this world to unfold and unfurl the way it has, the way it does, and the way it will until it ends, you know. I mean, is mind-boggling. But the point I was going to make is just think of it. There's zillions and zillions and zillions of us perfect eternal conscious entities here, and that's nothing about, you know. I mean, there's an infinite number at home, right? So it's not like heaven has emptied itself and we are all here, you know, in hell, and heaven remains empty until each one of us die. No, we're just this is like the equivalent of a fucking cinema. You know, we you know, we who are here at this moment now in this lifespan, time frame, you know, it's like, you know, it's like taking a drug trip or being at a cinema for 15 minutes, probably.
Yeah, my objection to that is I can watch a movie and see gruesome things. I still feel it, and I can feel it, right? And it kind of hurts me psychologically. But if I actually knew there was actual sentience suffering that abuse, I wouldn't want to watch that. That would
No.
make me fucking sick. Like, wait, these are real people. I mean, a lot of people actually like watching gore videos. I mean, they're out
Yeah.
there. This
Yeah.
real shit going on. But for me, if I knew the movie I was watching, they were suffering because I wanted to watch it, or if I was playing a video game and they were actually suffering because I was playing it, I would fucking stop playing it. I'd be like, oh wait, there's things suffering in there and I'm causing it. I don't want to do that. But if it's fake, then it's like, okay, it's fake. They're acting. They're
Yeah.
not feeling anything. That's just what I think.
Well, that's why, that's why we refer back to that A Course in Miracles summary. Nothing real can be threatened because nothing unreal exists. And so you eventually have to define, well, what is real? And I eventually define, well, the only thing that's real are perfect eternal conscious entities. They're real because they've always existed. They can't be destroyed. They can't be changed. They can't be diminished or improved. They've always existed. I attribute infinite intelligence to them because of the sophistication and diabolical quality of this life that we're living, and that consciousness obviously operates on logic and reason, and that logic and reason isn't just relative to this mortal world, but that it's like the essence or foundation or of consciousness itself is logic and reason. And so with logic and reason, as I say, what's more logical and reasonable? That someone else did this to you or that you did this to yourself? And yes, naturally, if you've forgotten that you did this to yourself, then I would say the you that says he finds this various stuff repulsive is the same you that you're going to know in heaven, because in heaven you would find all of this stuff repulsive. I mean, at your age, I don't know how old you are, but at your age, you should be used to all of this stuff by now. It shouldn't fucking bother you if this was the only world and only life you've ever known. But if you've got a very distant memory of what your home is really like, well, you know that it's the opposite to this. And that's why this offends you so much. That's why this is repulsive. And so I would say it's perfectly natural and expected that you should indeed reject the idea that you did this to yourself, I mean, that's perfectly
Yeah, I mean
understandable.
that's spot on because I do have it's like this distant, like I can't even like reach it or even like conceive it, but it's just this knowing that this isn't the place I'm from.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly the way
It's
I
somewhere
feel.
it's somewhere that I can't I can barely make it out. It's just inconceivable, but I know I remember something that makes me reject this shit show here. As you said, it's unnatural. Like this is not natural.
No,
This natural world is not natural.
no. And I reason that we spend most of our time in heaven. And so because we spend most of our time in reality in heaven, then no matter, whatever we did to achieve forgetting that we did this to ourselves, it's never going to be 100%. It's like we got it to like 99.8%, but there's that 0.02% that kind of bleeds through. And that's why that's why we get the sense that this world is unnatural. It's not right, which suggests very strongly that we know of a world that what is right and what is natural, and we spend most of our time there throughout the middle of forever. We're only did you ever see that video on my channel about that guy who took DMT and lived a 75-year lifetime in 15 minutes?
Yes, I've seen that, and I've seen a lot of other videos of people on psychedelics or even people in comas, like you name it. In like a
It
few minutes, they lived a whole life.
it doesn't, at least on the surface, it doesn't seem quite unreasonable that what if indeed when we die, it will have been like only relatively, 15 minutes that we've been gone, even if we are mortal here 99 years. It'll seem like a blink of an eye. I'm sure of it.
So do you think we have the PTSD from it?
What do you mean?
Like when we wake up from this dream, do we have any PTSD or
No way.
okay,
I think
then okay, so I want to ask you then what was the fucking point?
for what?
Like okay, so you came here, experienced this, you wake up, but you don't have any PTSD, you don't have any like bad memory. Like how can you be grateful for something you just forgot, basically?
Well, obviously, I think as much as I like the idea that what goes on in hell should fucking stay in hell, and we shouldn't fucking talk about it when we wake up, but I bet you we do. I mean, I bet you. I mean, perhaps it's wrong to suggest that it's 100% exactly like waking up, as a human who wakes up from a dream and asleep in his bed, because perhaps we do remember when we wake up, we remember what this hellish life that we lived, and perhaps we do have questions that get answered, or perhaps we do get together with people who were here with us, but because I agree with you, we have to have some kind of memory when we wake up from it in order to have that renewed appreciation for our heavenly home, which is why, because we had gotten bored with it, we decided to go to hell so that we renew our appreciation, because here we are in this world where, I mean, put it this way, in heaven, we're used to things working out right. Here in this world, get a good dose of things not working out right, and getting disappointed and getting worried, and so you're right, there has to be some kind of memory, residual memory or what have you, when we do wake up, otherwise we wouldn't be able to reappreciate heaven.
Okay, but here's my another question. Okay, so what if you wake up and you realize that there's some higher being pretending to be a higher being who wants to tell you to go back or do something or to follow them, and you didn't have any sort of preparation because you thought it was all going to be good?
Sounds
And
like
like what's the harm in just saying, hey, you know what, just in case, I want to make sure I'm a sovereign being, and I'm, in case there is some evil out there, I'm going to say, no, thank you. I'm getting the fuck out. I'm not coming back. Like, is there any harm in that to you to think that?
well, it's to me, it's just not the epitome of simplicity, fearlessness, and good news for all. So it falls short of that criteria. But I don't begrudge anybody else from believing that or benefiting from that idea or what have you. But yeah, it's just it sounds horrible. It sounds like a horrible idea. I guess I'm fucked because I've got all my eggs in that one basket.
God damn it.
I got all my eggs in that one basket. And so indeed, yeah. And I'm willing, I do consider that as well, that when I die, find out I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Who knows what kind of fucking world I'm going to wake up into, I could wake up into that nebulous, formless world where we're all just a bunch of disembodied, no-faced entities that somehow communicate to each other. Or it could be annihilation, or as you say, you end up somewhere where someone else is bigger and has more power than I do, or whatever. Yeah. I just don't like it though, so I just always stick straight to that criteria. If it falls below that criteria, I just ignore it, but I don't begrudge anybody else.
So, what's more important to you, finding out the truth or what feels good?
Well, But where are you going to find out the truth? I mean, do you mean finding out the truth here in this mortal world, or upon death? Because in this mortal world, we know that there's no real there's no way to prove what the goddamn truths are. So right. So in that sense, since you're here in this hell, I would say that yeah, something that makes you feel good in the here and now is a hell of a lot more beneficial than holding out for something called a truth that you can never be fucking empirically proven to you here in this world.
Well, I guess what I mean is, okay, so yeah, this place is like a hall of mirrors, a nightmare. It's fucking deception is everywhere, which way you turn. But there's also like basic truths that you can come to, which is this world is evil. It's controlled in a way that I have no control over. There are evil motherfuckers that run this place trying to deceive me, poison me, fuck me at all moments of the day. I'm fucking stuck in a monetary system that is debt slavery and that's taxing the hell out of me, that I have to pay just to live here. Everything's fucking eating each other. Um, what you would say, oh yeah, it's hell. Okay, yeah, it's hell. But like most of these things you're being forced to experience and you don't have really any sovereignty over that, over any of your situations. And there's this thing called the government, which is constantly trying to mind fuck you, program you, indoctrinate you to believe total lies. And then you got this spirit realm that's fucking with you in ways you can't see or understand because it's non-physical. So really everywhere you look, you're like, this is a fucked up place, and they're trying to, you know, take my control and make me believe this is all I am, and I have to be a slave. Actually, I don't even know I'm a slave because that's so indoctrinated into you. And the body itself is a slave vessel. But no, I'm more than this. So that's what I'm saying. Like the truth is, that's what I see as the truth is. All of these things are trying to take over my mind, my consciousness, and trick me into thinking I'm something that I'm not, and I should serve it and be subservient to it. So, you know, if it's happening here, what's stopping it from happening in the spirit world? Is my
Well,
question.
Well, it sounds like it's pretty fucked up. So if we say that the spirit world is actually just heaven, that it's not some kind of nebulous, vague, or weird, complex world of many levels and realities and all that shit, it's black and white. It's heaven is heaven, hell is hell. So the stuff that you're describing sounds hellish to me. So therefore, it would not be in heaven. It would not exist after death. It would exist exactly here. And whether those things are actual or just figments of your imagination, you talk about having no control over them, and yet you have to admit you have no control over your own fucking thoughts or feelings or moods.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So in that sense, it's a fixed ride, and you've made it this far. However old you are, you've made it this far by whatever fucking tricks and hacks and means available to you. And I suggest that you'll continue to get those. They'll continue to come to you, come through you, come from you, come into you until the day you die. You know, you will always get just enough to cope and get through it all, no matter how evil and fucked up your experiences or your witnessing of horrible experiences. You'll still get just enough to keep your head above water, and all along acknowledging that this is hell. You don't want to fucking contribute to the hell. If there's any way that you can be one less of a bitch, you do your best. But then God damn it, time in life and your script will squeeze you into circumstances, situations, conditions where you're going to act like a dick, and you're going to be mean, and you're going to be violent, and you're going to do hateful things that you fucking regret the instant you do them. And then you're going to, go through a period of self-loathing and humiliation, feeling bad that you thought you were better than that. You thought you weren't going to lose your temper anymore. You thought you weren't going to be rude anymore. You thought you weren't going to get into any mean moods anymore. But you fucking do. Because the script is just meant to keep going until the end, man. And
It's exhausting. It's fucking exhausting.
It can be, yeah. It can be.
Yeah.
You've got to find.
Do you? I guess I think I'm hearing this. So you only think there's the spirit world is only heaven. There can be, like, for me, the spirit world is just not this physical reality. It's like pure imagination. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily a place. It's a infinite space where evil can reside between that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
not physically, but in the astral. Do you think that's possible?
I don't, because I think I really do think it's strictly black and white. You know, that anything that we would call evil would only be available in the dream, a fake reality, and that the so-called spirit world is, 100% heavenly. It's 100% peaceful and friendly and nice. I'm sure of it. But saying that, here we are in hell. Here, each of us is the product of our own imagination there in heaven. I mean, given, if you look at your script of your life here and the various things that you hate about it, which I agree, it's hard to believe that you actually did that to yourself. But if you can think that you did that to yourself from a position of just infinite power and infinite fearlessness and just infinite no worry, you know that you're going to be able to get through it. You're going to, you're not going to be harmed by it. But I forgot where I was going.
It's okay. You're in hell. Happens all the time.
That's right. So, but yeah, because it's well, we were talking about the spirit world, and yeah, I don't know. It just I find it easier to believe that it really is just that cut and dry, that the spirit world is what you would call, happy, nice, and friendly, and that the hell world is the ugly stuff. But obviously, we were in the happy, nice place when we scripted this horrible hell life, this horrible hell biography. We had to. And like I said,
gotcha.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I understand what you're saying. I totally get your point. I just disagree, but it's fine that you believe that. I still agree with a lot of the shit you talk about, though. Like, up until that point, I'm like, no, but like before that point, I'm like, yeah.
Well, like I say, just ask yourself, what is more empowering? Someone else did this to me, or I did this to myself and chose to forget it. That's, and I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just saying that next time it pops up around your head, just ask yourself, well, actually, what's more horrifying? I did this to myself and chose to forget it, or something else did this to me, that something else even could, force me to fucking be in this hell. That would be
That's a scary thought.
It's terribly scary. That's the whole scary thing about the idea of God, that we are all merely the fucking figment of its imagination, and including the Hindu idea that, this is all just Brahma's dream. And I hate that. I don't like that. But I think that it was worded that way for the time that it was written and conceived. And that was like over 3,000 years ago, the Hindu religion, the Hindu ideas about this being a dream. So I forgive them for their idea of Brahman and so forth.
So any questions from the people out there? Just type a question in if you want me to ask them a question.
Yeah, do that. And I'm just going to step away for 2 seconds and smoke a cigarette. All right?
Oh, yeah. Do your thing, man.
Cool. Thank you.
Any questions you want me to ask? Thank you, Anna. Give us. I asked one above. Okay, where is it? I don't see the question. Was it way? Oh, if not, it's not if we believe it. It's what does the evidence suggest? Is that what you're talking about? Just retype it. Recycled is full? No, I don't want him to be recycled. Here's my thing. When I found him, he talked about a lot of shit that I was experiencing and feeling about this world. And he went in depth about how fucking evil it is and how it's a fucking nightmare. And I was like, hell yes, dude. That I connect with that. You may have a different belief about what the purpose and reason for this is, but like I'm not your enemy. Like I'm not gonna be your enemy. I appreciate the things I do agree with because it makes me feel, you know, makes me not feel crazy. It's like, oh shit, even this guy, he's come to find out we live in hell, and he's a philosopher. So, I don't see things in black and white. So, he's a lot of people do. I don't, but I'm not going to be stuck here. I'm not gonna get myself trapped here for following someone else's, beliefs or philosophies. I can use them to help my own. And we all think different things. So, but ultimately, I think a lot of us on this channel kind of think the same way about a lot of it. So, I mean, I just don't see the point in bickering and fighting. We're all just trying to figure this shit out. Can you ask how much of our earthly ego does he believe carries over into his heaven for us? Okay, yeah. Gotcha. None of us know anything for sure. It's refreshing to hear actual dialogue without the... Yeah, see? Exactly. We can have an actual conversation. Two people who agree enough can talk about this topic. And the parts they disagree, we can have a civil conversation about. Plus, I mean, we're all bored anyway, so, I mean, what else are we going to do? Are women real or just a deception? I know a lot of women. No, I mean, I didn't mean that in like a sexual way. I'm just saying I know a lot of women, and I'm close to, some, and they're real. Okay, they're real. Now, is every woman real? I don't know. I can't tell you that. I'm sure Mackenzie's real. She's right here. You should ask her. People never died from cannabis before. Why are people dying now? I think I know, but interested because it's not real. It's not natural. It's all GMO. It's all fake government pushed bullshit. That's why they fucked with it. If it's not obvious. I don't smoke it because it makes me paranoid as fuck.
Does
Back
it?
in the... What's that?
It makes you paranoid?
Yeah, I mean, it gives me a panic attack. I mean, I wish I could. I used to be able to when I was younger, but now it gives me like a psychedelic effect where my body starts to shake, my heart starts beating really, really, really fast, and I
Yeah.
start getting like psychedelic visuals and thoughts. And the thing is, I've never felt so trapped in my body when shit like that happens.
Right.
Because it's like emotionally, intelligently, I know everything's okay, right? I know I'm just high. It's not a big deal. But my body, it takes me as a captive and does whatever the fuck it wants.
Yeah, that's life telling you to stay the fuck away from it, no doubt about it. I mean, I started smoking it when I was 15, and the first time I smoked it, um, I laughed continuously, hysterically, helplessly for like 45 minutes to an hour, and it remains the number one experience of my life. And so I then began smoking it 24/7, and I did that for 7 years, 24/7, school, work, got high with my bosses during work, all of it. And then all of a sudden, at about the last 3 months of that 7 years, every time I'd smoke pot, even by myself, I would get what you describe, what I called an anxiety attack, my physical anxiety attack. Plus, I would get these weird fucking jumpy nerves all over my body, my little jumpy, that kind of jumpy nerve thing. Oh my God. So that every time I smoked it, it was a horrible fucking experience. I had to quit. So I quit for 2 years. And so I could tell, in hindsight, looking back, that needed to happen because I wasn't going to fucking quit on my own. So life had it arranged, the script had it arranged that every time, no matter how little bit of pot I smoked, it didn't matter. It made me feel horrible. It was just a horrifying experience that I had to quit. And I'm just so glad that I got what I needed to get done in that 2 years and was able to go back to smoking it without having to experience that anymore. And I've been smoking it ever since 1988 and haven't had to experience that anymore. So yeah, I recognize that when someone tells me um, that yeah, that's life telling you pot's not for you, at least not at this time in your life.
It's not fair. I want to have a good time too, man.
Do you drink or anything?
Occasionally I'll drink. Yeah, I've done I've done mushrooms, ayahuasca. I'm not afraid to do these substances because I do find it heightens my awareness to other possibilities that you wouldn't even be able to fathom really without that expansion. But I also find there could be deception in that too. But I'm saying like your first real expansion on a psychedelic, you know that this ain't all there is. Okay,
Yeah.
man. This is
Yeah.
bullshit down here.
Okay.
Whether that was a deception or not, this is fucking bullshit.
You mentioned ayahuasca, but is that DMT or have you tried DMT itself?
It's I haven't tried DMT itself. I mean, I would love to.
Right.
But yeah, ayahuasca has DMT in it,
Right.
so it's similar. But
Did you
it's
vom
what's that?
did you vomit?
Oh yeah, that's called the purge.
Yes.
it's the nastiest thing I've ever had in my life. It's disgusting. It tastes terrible, and then it has to come back up again. You're like, oh no, it's coming back up. I
Ugh.
gotta taste it all over again. But
Did
yeah,
you
it's
enjoy
pretty
it?
trippy. Some parts of it I did. Other parts it was, agony and torture. I was in the
Right.
jungle for like a month, and I was
Wow.
doing a thing called a dieta, where you're fasting and you're with the shamans and you're doing the ayahuasca, and it was fucking hard, man. It was hard. But I didn't really have like any huge breakthrough trips on it, which I was disappointed with. But I did have some. Um, I saw entities while on it. I
Right.
had visitations from entities while off of it. So it opened me up to that astral realm And I saw these orbs appear in this reality. I was dead sober after taking it. I thought it wasn't working, but I was dead sober, felt dead sober. And I saw all these lights come out of the forest and they started coming towards where we were and they started floating over all the people and like doing things to them. And I'm like watching all this happen and one tries to come to me and I kind of back away and follow it. It realizes that I saw it and then it kind of runs and hides behind a tree. It like these things seemed intelligent to me. They didn't seem like some kind of hallucination.
Huh.
Because it realized I saw it and I was like, what the fuck, you can see me? And it like ran away and hid behind a tree and it peeked out. Like, you know, like something I would do if like I was trying to hide. Like, oh shit, you can see me? I gotta fucking hide now.
Right.
You still looking at me?
Wow.
So but there was a question for you. It's how much of our earthly ego does he believe carries over into his heaven for us? Is the I that is me the same I in his heaven?
I think it is. I think it is. I think that as far as ego, if we define it as what is ego? Ego here to me means it's the name that I have in this role that I'm playing. It's my biography here. So that includes the memories and my assessments and who I think, you know, I appear to be to others and so forth. I think all that temporary stuff. So our name here is temporary. Our body here is temporary. And I would say what you might call the worst aspects of our personality or behavior are temporary. And I think that's left behind. But I think I also put it this way. I am the same 8-year-old kid that I've always known myself to be. You know, if I mean, it's around 8 years old where basically I can remember every day of my life since then. I have memories of when I was 6 and when I was 5 and even when I was like 2.5, but basically my full on memory began at about the age of 8. And I am that same I am that same fucking kid who was laying on his bed staring at the ceiling wondering, what the fuck am I going to do with my life? What the fuck am I going to become? What am I here for? You know, I am the same I am, even though I've got a 62-year-old body now and I've got 62 years worth of fucking memories, you know, and bad memories and heartache and grief and so forth. I'm still the same I'm sorry. I am still the same I am. I can tell. I haven't changed a bit. Nothing's fucking changed me. Nothing's improved me, and nothing has diminished me. And so what I expect to lose, so to speak, when I die is just simply the memories, you know, the memories of this Alexander T. Newport, you know. But I'm sure I will still be the same kind of personality, you know. Yeah, I will still be the same person. I just won't have this role and all of its baggage. That's all.
Next question. Besides drugs and heaven, what are Newport's other copes?
What do they mean?
Like, I guess, what else do you do to cope with this existence, I guess? Besides drugs and heaven. Like, what do you, like when someone says, what are your copes? Like, you know, like, what do you do to alleviate your suffering or like distract yourself or whatever, I guess? Or is that
Well,
all you do? Which, I mean, that's what I do a lot too. So, I mean, think about this kind of stuff.
right.
Yeah.
What are my copes? I think by the time I get out of the bed each morning, I know what I want out of the day, what I want to do during that day, and I know what I want to have for supper. And I would say that I always try to make sure I have a tasty supper to look forward to. As far as coping, I don't really have much to cope with because I'm retired. I don't really have any friends, so I don't have any social life, so I don't have any of that fucking, social life bullshit of people being angry with one another and backstabbing and talking behind each other's backs and all that fucking stress. So, it's just me, my wife, my cats and dogs, and that's it. So I don't really have much to cope with. Just no. So I don't know. I would say my coping is smoking cigarettes, smoking marijuana, watching true crime videos, and yeah, and that's a subject I wanted to bring up with you. Uh, are you aware of the fentanyl trip, the fentanyl trap?
What do you mean by that? Like how it's in
Well,
all the drugs trying to kill everybody?
that's right. Yeah, that
Yeah.
people of all ages, all backgrounds, social backgrounds, educational backgrounds, they think they're buying a Percocet or a Xanax or an oxycodone or even an Adderall, and some cunts somewhere around here, somewhere in this fucking world, are intentionally fucking putting fentanyl enough to kill 20 people in one fucking pill. And I just wanted to I watch a lot of videos about mama bears talking about their children who this has happened to, and I agree with them that um, it should be talked about, and people should be discouraged from buying any fucking Percocet, Xanax, or what have you from people they don't know.
Yeah, one of my best friends, she died of fentanyl, and I know at least like 8 other people that I was friends with back in the day who died because of that. It's it's an epidemic, man.
Well, but the thing is there's two categories. There's the people who are actively seeking out fentanyl and using fentanyl consciously, but the real crime is a lot of these deaths that are called overdoses are actually poisoning, because these people didn't necessarily overdose. They thought they were buying a Percocet or a Xanax, and
Exactly. Yes, that's what all my friends thought too.
that's murder, and so the story from about 90% of these mama bears on the YouTube, about 90% of them, the fucking sheriffs, just it's like pulling teeth to get them to try to prosecute the people that sold these pills, and they try to just dismiss it as an overdose and just let it go. But apparently there's more states now that are starting to enact laws where these people are being charged with murder.
Yeah. I think you and I both know it was done on purpose. Like they're allowing this to happen. So,
Well,
I mean, at
yeah,
least
I mean,
I think that.
well, yeah, because it's not a matter of sloppy chemistry. How do you manage that? Sloppy chemistry. I mean, so the theory is, right, that that they're making what they know are fake Percocets, fake Xanax, because they got the little stamping machine and everything, and they might get a powder that matches the color of the pharmaceutical pill. And so the theory is that they're using like an innocuous substance, and they're putting a little bit of fentanyl in there just to get you high, to get you a buzz. But somehow, oops, they're being kind of sloppy about it, and somehow some pills are like 100% fucking fentanyl, and others are like 1% and so forth. And I'm thinking, no, man, there's even backwoods fucking chemists aren't that fucking sloppy. This is being done deliberately, and plus
Yep.
it's happening to the cocaine as well. And that's what I think happened to one of my favorite adult actresses, Kylie Page. I think she bought some cocaine and it had fentanyl in it, and it's only been written up as a fentanyl overdose. And yet, if you saw pictures of what this girl looked like before she died, she did not look like a fentanyl addict. She did not look like someone that had, was using that drug. So she too would have been, she bought what she thought was cocaine, and it was fucking fentanyl, and killed her pretty fast.
This is a fucking hellish reality, huh? Okay,
Yeah, it's
so question, do you have kids?
no, thankfully I don't, and I
Woo!
remember.
Hallelujah, Jesus!
Well, yeah, but it's not for the reason you think. It's
Oh, okay,
uh,
what?
I remember many years ago, I was like at a bus stop and there were various men around, and they were talking about how when they were kids, they used to fantasize or daydream about what it was like to be a dad. And it instantly occurred to me that I never ever wanted to be a dad. I never wanted to be anyone's parent, basically because I didn't want the responsibility, of raising kids. It
Fuck
just
yeah,
so
that works for me.
I'd say just out of pure fucking laziness and selfishness, I did not want the responsibility of raising kids, especially because I'm a moody motherfucker, and I know I'm the type of guy that because I'm a moody guy and a bit of a rebel, that there'd be days that my child would say, I don't want to go to school. And I say, okay, well, fuck it, don't. But then there'd be other days that kid would say, I don't want to go to school. And because of my mood, I'd say, you're going to school. And so that would be a fucked up way to treat a kid. The kid's got no consistency. So no, I don't have any kids, and I'm glad I don't have any kids.
Hey, whether you're lazy or not, that works for me, man. The thing is, I don't want that responsibility either. Like I'm selfish in that way too. But it goes beyond that because I don't want to. I also don't want to let that child suffer this hellish existence. Like, why would I want to bring a child into this shithole?
At least that's consistent and honest with your fucking, belief system.
Any more questions?
Do people know where you live? The state you live in?
I think some people do, but some people don't.
Well, I'll ask you anyways. Have you seen a tornado, or have you experienced a tornado?
I have experienced it. I've experienced tornado drills. I've experienced having the sirens go off and having to take shelter and not knowing what the fuck's gonna happen. It's it's scary because you're like, um, it's not like if it was like a instant thing, I'd be okay with it. But it's like an ominous, dreadful, like huge swirling wind cyclone that's fucking ripping trees and blowing buildings away, and you're just like a little old meat suit. It's like fuck. So it's scary, but I've never actually experienced going through it physically. But
Amazing.
there's parts in my town or city that have been wiped out
I
completely.
bet. Yeah, I figured as much.
And one of my friends actually, she was at work when one came by like a few years ago, and she had to run to the bathroom downstairs, and it actually hit the building, and she was like hanging on to the stall, thinking she was gonna fucking die, but she made it through.
Wow.
Can you imagine going through that? And she has a kid at home, so she's like, fuck. I don't recommend having a kid, but she did. So you got to take care of the kid. And I'm gonna
Yes.
die now. I have to take care of the kid.
Yes.
It's
Yes,
yeah.
it's crazy scary, especially I can imagine just how horrifically scary it is if you've got like tornado warnings and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. That's, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You don't sleep. Actually, the best thing that I've learned to do is just turn it off. Just oh well, I'm going to bed. Whatever happens, happens. And you wake up and you're like, oh, nothing happened.
Well,
Because the news is a loose. It's like it wants to extract your loose because when this stuff happens, the news is on constantly. Oh, this is where it is. This is where it's coming. Oh, you
yeah.
got stay tuned all night. You watch the whole like
Yes.
for hours on end. And
Yes.
you're like, well, why do I want to put myself through this? Just turn it
Indeed.
off.
Yeah. I agree. How did you start this channel?
Just so let me think. How to start this channel? I was watching a lot of truth. I've been into the spirituality and truth seeking about what this reality is for a long time, and I was always watching other people's videos. I was always looking into what they were saying, what they were thinking. And I thought, what if I just made one myself and talked about what I thought, how I
Right.
see things. At first, I started sharing videos that I liked, like I think my first video was a Chiron last video, which was him breaking down all the word spells of our language and how it all tells us that we were in hell basically. And this is
Wow.
it's you can look at my channel. It's like the first video.
Right.
So and I just at first it was fucking terrifying. It's like I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I don't like talking. Like what am I actually one of my biggest fears was public speaking as a child, like because of all the trauma I went through. If
Right.
I had to stand up and give a public speech, my face would be beet red. I would stumble over my words. I used to have a real bad stutter problem, and so really for me, I overcame all that
Right.
over the years, but especially having a YouTube channel because now it's like I still get that way sometimes, but it's nowhere near the way it used to be.
Cool. And how did
So
you
yeah, it's,
advertise?
I'm just I just want to find out what the fuck's going on here. Through all the different conspiracies, through all the fucking spiritualities, religions, hidden history, fucking mind fuckery with the government and secret societies. It's like, what? Where the fuck am I?
I hear you.
Do you have anything else you want to talk about, or
Well, nothing comes to mind, but I'm happy to answer any questions
okay?
or
Any
or
more
chat
questions? Any more questions?
or chat with anyone, whatever they like.
All right, I'm going to put the link for someone to come on and chat. All I ask, I can't control you, but just try to be respectful. That's all I ask. I saw your fucking comments. Just be respectful of the person. You can question his ideas, but be respectful. That's all I ask. But if you don't do that, I can't control you. So, whatever. There it is. The reason I say that is because he came onto my channel. He wants to talk. Like I don't want him to have a bad impression and feel like, oh shit, I just walked into a den of vipers. What the fuck did I do that for? So yeah, there's the link. Anyone wants to come on and ask any questions or just whatever you want to talk about, he's right here. I'll give it a. I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. So
All right.
I'll be right back. Feel free to talk. If you don't want to talk, that's totally fine.
Okie doke.
People could just sit in silence.
Groovy. So the question is, would it be accurate to say good and bad are human concepts? Well, uh, I assume you mean exclusively human concepts. No, because, where did we conceive this whole entire existence? We did that in heaven, right? We did that in reality. So obviously, in reality, we have the concepts of good and bad, hence heaven and hell. And in fact, indeed, heaven would be meaningless without an experience of its opposite, of something that's crazy, something that's violent and bad and mad and sad as we have it here now. Uh, so good and bad are definitely concepts of perfect eternal conscious energy. I wonder if there's any potheads out there. I always thought that my philosophy books would appeal to what I call intellectual stoners. I really did. But I have to say that no one has stepped out of the shadows over the years to identify themselves as, an intellectual stoner. But I mean, the subject, philosophy, it's very much a pothead subject, man. How can you smoke pot and not think philosophically and psychoanalytically? That's just a natural thing that occurs when you smoke pot. Unless you're fucking goofing around, I guess, and distracting yourself with devices. Question, do you have a plan to avoid reincarnation? No, there's no plan, man. If you're waking up from this dream, then obviously you're going to enjoy heaven for as long as you can fucking stand it until it starts to become a blur and so it starts to become numb and until you actually and literally become bored with being around nothing but nice, kind, friendly people. You're going to get fucking bored with that eventually throughout the middle of forever. And hence, here you are. Here you're going to give yourself an experience like this, completely the opposite of a world of nothing but friendly, happy, nice people.
All right, you got Joe in here. Joe, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Very profound conversation tonight. Very, very fun too. Very entertaining. Just wanted to see what you think about my weird idea that I've had, which is there a possibility that God is more of like an energy, a force, not a being or an entity, so to speak? And therefore, if you know how to work with this God energy, then you can get away with whatever you want to do on this earth, because there is no such thing as good or bad. It's only an action. It's only the value that is applied by a person's mind to that action that determines whether it's good or bad. In reality, there is no such thing as good or bad. It's just an action. So, with that said, what do you think about my idea? Because um, my whole thing with it too is this. That's why this world is the way it is, and people are getting away with what they do, whether it's good or evil. And in this case, right now, it's evil that's running the show. I think the consensus would agree. And so, with that said, they know how to work with this energy that we call God, and therefore, all the other dogma that's been set up in this world has been put in place just to keep us submissive, fooled, and distracted.
I'll let you answer that.
Well, I reject the idea of a God, full stop. So that's where it begins and ends.
Okay, then what would be the explanation for this creation that we're all in? Because there's no doubt there is some sort of intelligent design that was implied into this reality. I mean, you plant a seed and it's going to turn into something 1,000 times greater than what it started out as. So, therefore, meaning there's instructions, very intricate instructions built into that little seed to magnify itself and turn into something completely different. So that to me tells me there's intelligent design behind everything that's here on this reality that we're on. Something must have or had to have created all of this.
Yeah, everything has intelligent design, whether it's a fucking gnat annoying your ass or a blade of grass or like yourself. It's all intelligently designed to be the most efficient little fucking bio robot. It did not just come out of nothing. So something designed it intelligently to be what it was, to serve its purpose in this little meat grinder world.
Mhm.
Well, I would also say that that Joe was talking about there really being no meaningfulness or difference between good and bad, but I would disagree because I would say that there's instead of using the word good and bad, how about pain and no pain? You know, because what is bad is painful, and that's really hard to deny or dismiss intellectually. You know, a toothache is pain. Watching your dog die in front of you is fucking pain. So whether you want to use the word good or bad is yeah, I would say that good and bad are interchangeable with pain and no pain, really. So good and bad is meaningful here in hell. You know, we value the good and we reject the fucking bad. We value the no pain and we try our best to prevent and avoid pain of any sort or what have you. As far as intelligent design, well, you're absolutely right. The seed is obviously a script, isn't it? It's got all the information that it needs in order for that thing to turn into a fucking giant sequoia tree or what have you, right? So, and
Right.
so I would say that there's two worlds. There's reality and there's a dream world. In reality, all living things are always alive. In a dream world, all living things die. And so the temporary world, the dream world, it obviously cannot create itself. So it had to have been created by reality. Reality has to create the dream. The dream can't create reality. Reality is eternal. It's always existed. It will always exist. Nothing can destroy it. Nothing can change it. It's the same spiritual sanity and sobriety and reality forever and ever. Whereas a dream world, such as this one, it's like I said, it can't design itself, it can't invent itself. So only what is eternal can create what is temporary. This is obviously a temporary world because we know that all living things die, that no one has a permanent life here, that it's all temporary. And so rather than think in terms of a God, which is a single entity, if you think about what a God is, it's a single entity, a conscious entity who thinks and feels, something that we all do as well. And to think that one entity, one single thinking feeling entity created all of us or imagined all of us, I find it repulsive and I find it disempowering and I find it more liberating and empowering to believe that all of us living creatures here in hell, we in heaven, in reality, we designed this biography that we are living out. We thought it all out, all the painful, horrible, stinking, vile shit that we complain about, that we moan about, that we mourn about, that we blame on others for. We did this to ourselves. And death is simply waking up from this fucking nightmare back at home, grateful to be there. The reason why we came here was because we got bored with home. And thank God we had hell to escape heaven from. You know, thank God we had hell to come to, because I'm damn sure we're going to feel great relief when we die and wake up back at home where there are only nice people, where we don't have this thing called death hanging over us. I know that's something that really profoundly disturbed me when I was a child, and my dad said that death is annihilation, and I just, that's so unnatural. That can't be real. I was flabbergasted at that idea that we had to die. And looking back, I reckon, well, the reason why I was flabbergasted is indeed I'm an eternal person, just like everyone else. And the idea that I have to die, well, I'm not used to that, because it makes sense that most of the time we are in heaven and aware of heaven. It's only once in a great cosmic fucking while that we do this hell trip to ourselves. That's what I think.
What do you think about there's a lot of people who want to return to non-existence. Like they don't want to exist at all. How do you feel about that?
I know I feel that way when I'm in pain. You know, I think, you know, I'd rather fucking be annihilated so that there's no possibility ever that I feel any pain ever again. You know, so I can relate to that. It's just that thank God it doesn't exist. I'm thank goodness it doesn't exist. I'm positive it doesn't exist. Non-existence does not exist. This hell is, you know, as
Mhm.
non-existent as you can possibly be, because, you know, look how far away you are from your, you know, your perfect eternal reality. It's diabolical.
What do you say? So in the chat, Veracity says it sounds like victim blaming. So how do you feel about that?
Victim blaming is what Joshua would be more aligned with when he thinks that there's other people responsible for his script. How can I be accused of victim blaming when I'm saying you are responsible for your script? You're responsible for your biography. You thought all of this out in collusion and collaboration with the rest of us in heaven before the fucking earth even existed. And it's been unfolding and unfurling ever since.
Well, for example, you would never blame a child for being raped. That would be called victim blaming. So I guess like in that perspective, that's what he's asking.
Only from a spiritual perspective, the spirit that's playing that role of that fucking baby, but obviously that baby itself, absolutely not. No more than you or I today would fucking ask or want to be fucking raped and tortured. So, but as a spirit, an eternal person, it had to have made the decision. Because, like I say, the alternative is someone else decided that baby's fate. So you either feel a sense of liberation and empowerment that this baby, this was a role being played by a perfect eternal conscious person, a perfect eternal I am type of person, and that person in heaven before this world ever existed, it made the decision that it was going to be that baby experiencing that horrible fucking unfortunate thing, you know, the rape and the torture and the murder and all that shit. But as you know, that's more empowering than believing that that conscious entity that is that baby is just subject to the whims of what evil, subject to the whims of some other thing like a god. You know, obviously I find more empowerment and liberation in believing that that's actually an indestructible, perfect, eternal conscious entity that is playing that role for our benefit. Not just for its benefit to forget fucking heaven for a while, but people that play that fucking tragic role, it affects us, doesn't it? It makes us sick. It makes us cry, you know, to watch or read a story about how a little 5-year-old child is led away by a couple of 10-year-olds from a mall and then is, you know, raped and tortured and killed. That happened about 25 years ago here in England. So anyways, yeah, I've answered the question.
Hey, Josh, back to what you said about non-existence. I actually had an experience where I was down in the jungle, like just like you. I was down in Peru, and I was doing the whole ayahuasca thing. And one of my experiences was I had you know, drank the dose, and then went to my mat. And this dose was pretty strong, it seemed. And all I can remember really is like my body feeling electrified, and I was fighting the feeling of death. Death was really, really like overwhelming at that moment in time, and I was really fighting it. But I ended up surrendering because I saw, you know, all the turmoil that I was going through, and I finally accepted that, you know, it would be okay to just, you know, pass away, and I accepted it. I surrendered, and when that moment, I shot out of my body, and I was out in the only thing that I could describe it as was the cosmos. I was out there watching the stars and the planets and just, you know, seeing everything out there, and I was in the void. And but and the strange thing was I kind of like still knew who I was, but I couldn't remember my name. I couldn't remember what I looked like. I knew I had an identity back on the planet Earth, but I just couldn't remember who I was. And the other strange thing about it was when I finally, you know, just gave into that too. I just surrendered that too. I just got overwhelming. I just had this overwhelming blanket of emotions of just pure euphoria and bliss. And I was happy, man. Like for once, I was so happy. Like I felt like I knew what true happiness absolutely was. And at that moment, when I just, was basking into that feeling that I was going through, I shot right back into my body. And then I, was erect, throwing up, like, the purge,
What
as you
the
said.
hell?
And
Hey, I'm sorry,
that's
kid. You can't be here. I'm sorry. You're too young.
Let me set up. Oh,
Yeah, you're too young to be here. I'm sorry.
what the heck?
How'd you even find this channel?
I am so sorry, guys, for the inconvenience.
All right, I'm gonna let you
Sorry
go.
about
Okay, bye. Sorry, you're too young to be talking about this kind of stuff with us. Anyways, go on.
No, and then ever since then, that was my first time experiencing ego death as well, and that was a bitch getting over for a few months. But after coming out of that shadow of darkness, that really nasty place in life, I found myself no longer ever afraid of death anymore. And like, I truly don't fear it. But at the same time, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's only natural to kind of have a little trepidation about the whole thing. It's a process. It's a process that not a lot of us ever really go through. But I've had a lot of close calls with it. I've never had like any close call, or I've never had like a close call with death and then have an outer body experience. But I have had an outer body experience from sleep paralysis. And that's a whole nother different talk. But I just know this reality is not what we think it is, and there is very, very, very intricate levels to understanding the way this place works. And I think we're just on the very cusp of learning how this works, except for those who are, the gatekeepers, so to speak, that got all the knowledge and they know how this place really operates. And I think those are the ones that know how to, stay in charge and keep it going for their agenda and for their own whatever plans they got.
Yeah, it's see, that changes your whole perspective, doesn't it, on this reality? Because you existed outside of your body,
Yeah.
whether it was an illusion or not. You existed outside of your body. You
Mm-hmm.
experienced a different reality that was non-human.
Mm-hmm.
That
Mm-hmm.
changes your whole perspective on what this shit is down here.
Oh man, you're giving me goosebumps because that's the ultimate truth. It's like that famous phrase, right? You got to experience it to believe it. And that's how I was with UFOs too, until I had my very first what I would call UFO experiment. But in my gut, I know it was government technology. But whatever I saw was just out of the norm and very weird.
What'd you see?
Okay, I'll tell you. I was facing west. This was here in New Mexico, where I live, and it was approximately about 9:30 p.m. And here's what I saw. In the western sky, I saw this blue light just suddenly appear, and it started pulsating upwards. Let's say about 100 feet, it pulsated up. Then it just disappeared, and it started off again in the same place where it originated. And it just did that about 6 times. This blue light pulsating. The 7th time, a red orb appeared. And the 8th time, another red orb appeared. And now those red orbs are just flying straight from where they appeared into the eastern direction. What I found very peculiar was that when they were flying, they actually flew directly over me. I mean, fucking directly over me. They were in line with me, with my path. And as they went right over me, one of them just vanished. It was gone. The other one kept going east. It just kept going. And I kept watching it till it was clearly out of sight. Once it got out of sight, then this military jet appeared from where they originated.
and it was in hot pursuit of that other orb, and it was hauling ass. You could see the afterburner on the exhaust on the back of that jet. You know, the red glows coming out, and it was loud, and it was just hauling ass chasing that orb. And that was it. There was no sound from those orbs, nothing. I didn't get no downloads. I didn't have no state of fear. I was just in a state of awe because of what I was watching. I tried recording with my phone, but my phone at the time didn't have the capabilities to record in that type of low light condition. But I did make a report with MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, and they did a little investigation, and they didn't have anybody else with any similar sightings that particular date and time. So there was nobody else to collaborate what I had seen or experienced. But they were very interested in what I had reported to them, and you know, nothing else really came of it. But they did find some interest in my report. They said it was very unusual.
So do you think these entities are fucking around with us, or what's your perspective?
No, I think what I saw was government. I think my perspective, I believe what I saw was government technology. I think those
Gotcha.
were
Okay.
those were plasma orbs, and let's just put it this way: I think they have ways of making people disappear and vanish. And I think I don't know. I'm not saying directly that was a hint, but I kind of took it as such. Let's just say I'm kind of an activist in my town where I live, and I put up a lot of flyers talking about, you know, the atrocities going on with this world and shit. Just trying to wake people up, you know. But I don't know if, you know, maybe my activism has maybe pissed off the wrong people.
It usually does. Debbie's here. Philosopher Newport, so I guess you don't believe in aliens, entities, demons, non-physical beings?
You are correct.
Okay, explain.
I mean, it's certainly possible and conceivable, isn't it, that out there in the fucking stars, way out there, that there's other life forms, no doubt about it. But, you know, that they come here to planet Earth out of all the fucking places in the universe, and why they want to fuck with human beings and all that jazz, I don't buy it. I think all the UFO stuff has always been government related, always, without a doubt. And the government benefits from playing this sort of what they kind of play coy about it. They will deny that, you know, that there's UFOs, but they do it in such a way that it still leaves people what you might say hope that that actually, you know, they are buzzing around our skies and everything. And because there's oftentimes that the government won't take accountability for what's, you know, been seen flying around up in the sky and so forth. And that makes people so they benefit from the whole idea that there are aliens here, or that there's alien aircraft that we see and so forth. I mean, as a kid, it occurred to me, why the fuck would alien aircraft have lights on their fucking aircraft? I mean, if they're so super technology, you know, compared to Earth. I mean, we have lights on our aircraft, you know, so that other aircraft can see us, and that's the main purpose. Why, if you're going to be a kind of spooky fucking alien from outer space, would you have lights on your fucking craft? Why would you draw attention to yourself? You would want to be stealth. You would want to be fucking invisible. You wouldn't want to be fucking seen. I mean, you're supposed to be more intelligent than human beings. So why would you fucking draw attention to yourself with lights on your aircraft? It's just fucking, it's insane. So of course it's always been fucking government, you know? But but as far as demons and all that stuff, no, I don't believe that there's any disincarnate spirits here. I believe that all the evil that is available in this world is available in human form, and believe it or not, they, you know, they are perfect eternal conscious entities.
No.
Ballsy motherfuckers that are fearless, and they don't care how much pain they cause you. I want to also say that everyone's story here no matter if they work for the literal deep state, everyone's story here contains shit and ice cream. Everyone's fucking story here.
I believe that.
No one is getting away here with some kind of happy life, no matter how evil they are, how controlling, how manipulative they are. Doesn't matter. They are eating shit in their lives. There's no way they can avoid it. I'm positive. In fact, every living creature on this planet has a life of shit and ice cream. You have misery and no misery and so forth. So don't think that they're getting away with anything, man. They're getting, they're eating their shit in the background. You just never see them.
I believe that.
Yeah.
But I also believe and actually know that they get some kind of sick like pleasure out of all of it though.
Psychopaths, yeah, that's what a psychopath is. Psychopath gets a hard on about it, man. He gets a hard on watching people fucking cry and get beaten, which most of us don't.
Mm-hmm. Well, I saw a study that said some people actually are born missing the synapses in their brain that allow them to even feel empathy, and those are your natural born psychopaths and sociopaths.
Well, if anyone actually did a scientific study like that, you would have to find out if they were actually born that way, or if they were damaged that way by a jab,
or simply a product of environment too.
It could be, but I mean, it's been a practice for a long, long time that babies get jabbed, within minutes of being born. Now, I don't know how old you guys are. I'm pretty sure they weren't doing that to us back in the 1960s, but eventually, kids that were born later, started getting jabs very early on, and that shit, it's nothing but fucking synthetic chemicals. So how anyone can think that that's not going to harm a biological creature, especially a developing biological creature, how that's not going to affect them neurologically. So I don't doubt you that, probably the babies they did fucking investigate and didn't find those synapses or what have you, they were fucking jab damaged. They were damaged by the jabs. The confusing thing about the whole jab thing is we don't all drop dead from them. We all don't develop fucking ADHD or anything like that. And then that makes you think that all the jabs that they make, a lot of the jabs are just placebo. It's just fucking water, colored water. And some of the jabs are the fucking nasty shit that kill the babies. And that's called SID, sudden infant death syndrome, things like that, But I digress. I'm sorry.
Here's where I see some cognitive dissonance with you. You're getting mad about this, but you say it's all scripted, so I get mad about it.
It's part of my script. I'm a passionate, emotional, yeah. It's just all I really. And the thing is you can't notice in the here and now that it's all a script. It's only in hindsight when you see how things fell into place for you, like I said, like that interesting thing with me. I'm smoking pot 24/7, and I'm 22 years old. Finally, after 7 years of smoking pot 24/7, I don't have a driver's license. There's a whole lot of things I don't have. I don't have a car, so on and so forth. If I keep on this schedule of 24/7 smoking pot, I ain't never gonna fucking have a car. I ain't never gonna stop working in a factory. I ain't never gonna have a license. So it was very interesting how the script, made it so the last 3 months of that 7 years, every time I smoked pot, any little amount, I would get, horribly ill. Just a terrible fucking experience. It made me quit. In making me quit, now I don't have those friends to hang out with because I can't hang out with them in order to stay clean and sober. And so now I don't have any friends, but I've got time. So I've got time now to study for my fucking driver's license, get my driver's license, get a car. Now that I don't use drugs anymore, I can't stand working in a factory. The only way I could stood it was being stoned. Now that I'm not stoned, I can't stay awake at the fucking factory job. So that led to the job as a security guard where I got to fucking study and write for fucking 5 years and get paid for it, So yeah, it's It's interesting. You only see it in hindsight, though. You can only see it in hindsight that this has all been predetermined. If you try to catch it in the here and now, you can't. It's in fact, it just seems impossible that the very fucking words I'm saying now were actually scripted a long time ago.
So here's what
Here,
gets me back to what
go
you
ahead.
said earlier about like UFOs and whatnot. So if that isn't truly indeed the government, well then, what do you think this really comes down to? Are they just suppressing this ancient technology, or because I've thought about this, you know, I think that maybe there's a chance there's this breakaway civilization that is the real shadow government that runs the show, and they are the owners of this ancient technology.
But what are they going to do with it?
It's just all for their agenda.
Like how?
Well, to instill fear in the masses, to bring about this cryptocurrency where, you know, they got to say everyone's got to be tracked and traced because of this or that. I mean, they come up with all kinds of elaborate schemes, man. I mean, it's just a matter of which one you want to choose.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I would say to you that it's more than likely that your personal biography, Joe, you're always going to get what you need in order to cope and get through this life and have some decent moments, some decent times, even though you're going to also keep eating your fair share of shit like the rest of us. And so it really doesn't matter how bad the fucking government or the deep state gets, you're gonna make it, Joe. You're still gonna have good times and bad times, and you're gonna die. You don't know when, how, or where you're gonna fucking die. Think about that. We don't know when, how, or where we're gonna fucking die. That's a terrible fucking thing to have hanging over our heads.
I just don't even think about it, man. I just say it is. It is what it is. I'll wait for that. I'll be present for that moment when I arrive. But at this time and moment in time, I'm here in the moment now.
Well, I don't know how I can do it, but I can assure you that you're always going to make it, Joe, and that it doesn't matter how bad those fuckers are, the government, the deep state, doesn't matter. As far as cryptocurrency and all of this digital currency, I mean, honestly, they know everything about us they need to know already. They
Oh yeah,
got it all already, Jack, you
yeah,
know?
absolutely. Yeah, I already. I that's why I believe I'm experiencing the script that I'm going through right now in this reality. I just recently have become alienated from the family, so I no longer have no connection with my father or stepmother. But over the years, I've come to learn too. You know, I am the black sheep, and I saw how my father is actually. I think he has that dark triad personality. To be honest, he definitely has dark narcissistic traits for sure. And then my stepmother absolutely is a Jezebel. She does a lot of shit behind people's backs. And so I know this was, you know, kind of a long time coming, really, because, you know, she had a child with my father, and not to lay all this on you guys, but or like, you know, for therapy or anything, but I'm just explaining my situation. But it's just like underneath the whole situation, I've seen that my stepmother's always wanted it to just be her little family. And I see like over the years how things have just played out. And it seems like this was, you know, just some kind of weird setup that I've experienced in my life where I find myself where I'm at now. And I'm completely isolated and I got nobody. But then again, too, it's the experiences I've had and the way that I think that I am unable to relate with a lot of people. You know, I don't talk about fucking football or the latest movie or this actor, this or whatever that or bullshit music. I'm just too aware. And sometimes I get the understanding. I get the phrase now. Ignorance is bliss. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm sorry, Joe. Sorry about your
It
experience. That's something that sucks. But
is. Thank you. Thanks.
I
It is
believe
what it
you're powerful. You're a powerful being that, regardless of what this shit is, you're gonna overcome this fucking prison sentence.
Well, you're gonna get through it like all the rest of us. I mean, most of us get through it, and it doesn't fucking end well, does it? I mean, it doesn't
We
end
all
well.
die in the end, don't we?
But and in terrible ways a lot of times. So I mean, it's just like in the meantime, you just do the best you can not to fucking harm yourself or kill yourself, harm anyone or kill anyone. You try to get through it as gracefully as you can. I mean, like I said, the biggest enemy, is ourselves, right? It's the way we crucify ourselves for the way we behave, the way we self-loathe, and there's this continuous assessment going on whether we're thinking good thoughts or bad thoughts, and so it's really the the hell is our condition, and like I say, if I focus on having something to look forward to each day, even if it's only something, a tasty bite to eat, that gets me through the day. And I honestly do see this as is the equivalent of a prison sentence, and I know that I'm gonna fucking be relieved when I'm killed, when I'm fucking dead. I know I will be relieved. I don't know why I don't have the impulse to fucking do it myself here and now, but I don't, and I honor that. I honor that I have a script to live out. And my life is more than just me because I'm tied up in with other people's stories, right? So yeah, so I would say to Joe, yeah, Joe, you're gonna make it no matter what. And we all have been isolated in one way or another, alienated from our families one way or another, but it's just look at it as a bit of freedom, really. If you don't have to fucking interact with people and engage with them, then that in itself is a type of peace.
Mm-hmm.
What
I
do
mean,
you think of what are your thoughts on Watiko is a question. Do you know what that is?
What is it?
It's Watiko. It's okay, so it's a Native American term that is basically the evil imagination, the evil thoughts that have infested our mind and wants us to believe that it's us thinking these thoughts, it's us wanting to commit these deeds of evil when it's pretending to be our own thoughts, but it's not really our own thoughts. It's some kind of evil intrusion in our mind.
Well, as I've said in one or more videos, I believe that each of us is an impenetrable bubble of perfect eternal conscious energy. We are impenetrable. Nobody can get inside of us, not even with our permission, not here in hell, not even in heaven. We are impenetrable. Nobody can get inside of us. It's impossible. It's impossible for anything to intrude or invade. And that everything that we are experiencing here is a script. Your script is unspooling, unfurling moment to moment. That includes the very limited amount of ideas and thoughts and feelings that you're experiencing moment to moment. I mean, think about it. I think that in heaven you don't have a script. So in heaven you have access to millions of fucking thoughts and ideas every moment. If you notice here, as this fucking temporary human, you've got a very, very limited amount of ideas and thoughts and conclusions. Very, very limited out of all the possible fucking thoughts, ideas, realizations, conclusions, knowledge. So it's obviously a script. And I honor that it is some people's script that they honestly believe that they are experiencing intrusive, invasive thoughts from outside of themselves, and I honor that. And I don't feel that it's my responsibility to try to talk them out of it or anything. It's what do I give a shit? I believe everyone here has a nightmare fucking script. That's a fucking fact. And if some people's nightmare script is the belief that there are demons attaching themselves to their children or themselves, or there's any kind of voices from outside of them coming into their fucking mind or their brain, I honor it. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. I know it's just their fucking script rolling out, and that's what it's telling them. But I don't objectively believe that such things exist. I believe it's just your script.
Okay, so here's a question. So if we consciously right now decide that we don't want the fucking script anymore, we refuse the script, we want to fucking get out of here right now. Why is that not possible?
That's only possible if that's your script. So if that's your script, then that's what you're going to do. And then we obviously all know that that has definitely been some people's scripts, you know, that it unrolled and unfurled to them that they didn't want to have this experience anymore. But in other words, the question is, can you go off script? And I'm saying, no, you are perfect eternal conscious energy. You have successfully, look at this, you have successfully 100% forgotten that there is a heaven. You've 100% successfully forgotten that you are an eternal person, that this is not your first fucking existence, you know, that you are actually an existence that has existed eternally. You are a conscious entity who has existed forever, and you have successfully forgotten that. So I'm trying to point out that that that's how powerful we are as perfect eternal conscious entities in heaven. We are powerful enough to be able to give ourselves this experience where we have forgotten we are eternal, we have forgotten heaven, and we have forgotten that we wrote every fucking moment of this script. So therefore, it's impossible to go off script. Now you got to think about this. It's not that just one person's life is predetermined. It has to all be predetermined. It has to be 100% one way or the other. It's either this is all a random happening subject to random luck, odds, and chance. There was no designer behind any of this. It's all just random. You know, you have to decide that it's either that and it's free will, free play. You're just making it up as you go along. Your life can improve if you can just get the right information. You know, you can believe that, or you can believe that it's all been predetermined. If it's all been predetermined, then there's just no way you can go off script, because if you go off script, that's going to affect everyone else's story. So think about it. Think of Eddie Van Halen, the awesome LA guitarist from the 1970s and 1980s. Think if he had committed suicide, then there would be no great Eddie Van Halen, right? Think about the stories where there's how deeply people's lives are affected by deaths or tragedies and so forth. Well, if one person deviated from the script, it would be like those rows of dominoes. If one person deviated from the script, that would be like removing a domino from the row. So when that choreographed script is kicked into motion, the dominoes wouldn't all fall where they're supposed to fall because somebody deviated from the script. And I mean, if one person could deviate from the script, it would affect everybody's life on this planet, because that's how well choreographed and thought out all of this has been.
So like the butterfly effect.
Yes, absolutely. And that can only happen because it's been all choreographed. It's all been, you know, set up, like I say, like a big fucking row of dominoes. You know, it's everything hits its mark. Everything has to hit its mark at the right time for it all to come off. And so if you watch true crime videos or you read true crime books, you see how it was impossible for these victims to avoid their horrible fates. You just see, you watch how all the pieces just conspire, and these poor fucking people, there's no way they could have gotten out of that. That's just, you can only conclude that, man, this has all been fixed. This has all been set up a long time ago. It's just playing out.
Yeah, so I agree with the script thing, but what I guess what I'm going to rephrase it. Okay, so you're eternal conscious being. You now realize that your life is scripted, and as the eternal conscious being, in this moment, you no longer want to live out the remaining script. You want out. You don't want to have to commit suicide. You don't want to have to do any of that bullshit. You, as an eternal, conscious, powerful being, demand to be released from this script that whatever was planned before Doesn't affect me now because I'm me now, god damn it. What do you think about that?
I just think it's part of the script, brother.
Ah!
Yeah. There's no way of getting out of that, man. There's no way of getting out of that.
So
Everything.
there's no possible way, you being an eternal conscious powerful being, to have an emergency button to say,
No.
I want out of this. I demand to be out now.
It would.
I don't want
It
any
would.
fucking bullshit. Go ahead.
It would fuck up the story for everyone else, Joshua, because you've got.
They're going to be fucked up either way. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole
Yeah,
story's
you can.
already fucked up.
Yeah, you're
Everyone's
saying
being fucked.
Yeah, you're saying fucked up from a position of positive negative. I'm saying fucked up from a position of a choreographed story that's dependent upon you. You know, you've got future dramas with people that are counting on you being there to be part of the drama. You know, so and you have to question seriously, as this perfect eternal conscious person who has quote unquote realized that this is a scripted hell. Well, how do you know that too isn't part of the fucking script? See, the thing is you can't really differentiate between what's scripted thoughts and what's non-interferentiary, non-interfering commentary. So, in other words, it's always been this sort of idea in my head that, well, if all my thoughts and feelings have been predetermined and have been scripted, then surely there's this thing that I would call my inner commentary about about my trip along, about my ride. As I go along this ride, I'm certainly entitled to have an inner commentary, but it's an inner commentary that somehow cannot affect the script, you see. And that seems to be about the only thing closest to what you would call free will within this predetermined reality, is what you would call your inner commentary. Somehow your inner commentary cannot affect the script. And so, yes, within that inner commentary, you can come to the conclusion that I live in a scripted hell. I hate this fucking thing. I don't want to be here anymore, but I don't have the impulse to pull the trigger. What do I do? So is that conceivable that your very realization that you're in a scripted hell or not a scripted hell, just a hell, opposite to a heaven? How do you know that that's not also scripted?
Yeah, it could be scripted, but what I just don't. I can't come to terms with, okay, that being that scripted, that back there isn't who I am now, and who I am now demands to be out, whether it's a script or not. I don't fucking care. I want to be out. I don't want to keep living this script. I don't want to be in a world of pure evil anymore. There's no exit clause. There's no panic button. There's no they can't change the, when you see a play, right? Sometimes people are sick, or sometimes it doesn't go as scripted, so they what's the word? Improvise, and no one notices. No one noticed that wasn't part of the script. They think it was part of the script. So there's no way that an eternal conscious being can improvise and change the script a little bit. No one else is going to notice.
I don't think so. I think that we all made it a commitment, and the fact that we're here shows that we made that commitment, and that commitment it truly is the equivalent of some fucking powerful psychedelic that we agreed to take. It's some powerful It's the equivalent of, like, agreeing to take a powerful DMT trip or a powerful acid trip or something. That once you take it, you can want to come off it all you want, but you're not going to come off it. You have to ride it out until the fucking drug wears off. And so this isn't a drug necessarily, but you're here until your scheduled death, no matter what you think about it or how badly you want to leave sooner.
Yeah, that's true, but it's only because you don't have any control here. You can't biologically change the fact that you took a drug, but if you're an eternal conscious being, you can do anything you want, so it doesn't matter. You can
But
change it. You see what I'm saying?
well, that would be true if you were in a world that was free will, free play, where you were getting to make it up as you go along, and there was no predeterminism, whatsoever. There was no script.
Oh
But
shit, philosophy vids, you're here?
I just tuned in, so I
Oh my
don't
gosh,
really
man.
know what you guys have been talking about, but I thought I'd just jump on for a minute before I head to bed.
We're talking about scripted reality, and
Cool.
everything's a script. You scripted it out before you were born. Every little detail you scripted out yourself, and there's no way out of it, even if you consciously realize that you want to get the fuck out. Even though you're an eternal, all-powerful being, there's no way for you to change the script. So that's pretty much in a nutshell.
So that's your argument?
That's what
That's
that's what
not your
Philosopher
argument.
Newport's saying. I'm just
okay.
throwing out different arguments, but go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of listening right now, but I'll chime in eventually. So continue.
Okay. So for example, Philosophy Vids believes that this is some sort of simulation, which can be related to a dream in a way. So like you can find common ground there. I mean, simulation is kind of like a dream because it's not
I think
actually
it is.
real.
Yeah, no, I think all of this is being scripted, but I don't know. I'm kind of with Joshua in that I just have a hard time believing, like everybody's just kind of like playing a role, like, good is choosing to be a victim of evil, or like evil's actually good, and it's because it's all scripted. Like I just there's so many examples where you could point out, but like what is being gained by scripting all of the horror that goes on here? I guess that's my question. Who's gaining? Who benefits? And I'm not trying to like argue, really. I know last time I was on here, we kind of gotten into a little bit of a verbal dispute. So I'm not trying to attack anybody's ideas. So I'm just curious, like if you think it's all scripted, like what if? So for example, let's say, are you saying like somebody who's involved in like a satanic sacrifice ritual, that person, that point of attention agreed to come here and be sacrificed and basically to be a fucking energetic battery? Or you could say that doesn't happen. No, that would never go on here. That's just Looney Tune stuff. I'm just curious. No response.
is he asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yeah, he's asking you. Yeah.
Well, my idea is that there's what you would call two realities. There's reality heaven, and then there's dreams. So there's a reality and there's a dream world. Reality is populated by perfect eternal conscious entities, perfect eternal persons who've always been alive as this thinking, feeling entity who is aware it is a thinking, feeling entity. So reality is what I would call heavenly, certainly compared to this temporary existence. Well, we know that this is a temporary existence because every living thing here dies. And I think the physicists proposed that a lot of the physical stuff here eventually disappears. It had a beginning, it'll have an end. Well, a temporary world like this dream world, it can't invent itself. It can't imagine itself. It can't create itself. What is temporary cannot create itself. But reality, given that it's eternal and that it's populated by persons who are eternal, which means they've always been alive, they were never imagined, created, they will never die, they have always been alive. Only they could create a dream world. Only they could create a temporary reality, a temporary world, a mortal world. And in order for this particular world, anyways, to have happened, that means the whole physical world and all of us creatures in it, it had to have been conceived, it had to have been thought out, it had to have been planned and designed and scripted, and it had to have been planned and
Oh,
designed
it was just not by what you're thinking.
by all of us, by each of us
Ah.
in our home state of awareness. Reality is our home state of awareness. That's where we are most of the time. And if you think of it as a world similar to this world without the bad, mad, or sad shit, then you can conceive that eventually you will get bored with that world where it is only nice and friendly. Things always work out the way you expect them to. There are no disappointments. There are no worries. There is no death hanging over anyone's head. There are no governments. There are no rules. There are no laws. It's a friendly, happy place that looks like this, but without this diabolical, sinister, evil, insidious shit that we experience here in this world. And again, who could invent the sinister, evil, horrible shit? Only something good could. Only something that looks at itself and then says, let's invert this. Let's imagine what is the opposite of being nice? What is the opposite of being kind? What is the opposite of being clear?
I've like explored all of these ideas, and basically my conclusion is that it's kind of a cop out. It's just another way to excuse evil and to basically, because we don't really know what lies outside of this reality. So, I mean, some of your comments about how, things are much better outside of here and everything's great. I mean, I look at it as there's infinite possibility that lies outside of here. We can't say what does other than probably every other possibility, good and bad. Um, so this idea that everything, because everything is like temporary, or I don't know, like it's just here that there's evil. There's no evil outside. I basically disagree. I think there's a metric fuck ton of evidence that there's evil beyond this place. There's evil that is manipulating this place, and it's a scale of evil that is beyond anything you just said. It's not. There's no airy fairy love and light with the type of evil I am talking about. There is no silver lining. There is no, but it's, they're actually real nice if you get to sit down and have a beer with them. But then again, unless you've researched this and you've actually looked into the facts, you will realize that no, not everybody is capable of pure, undiluted psychopathic evil. But it does, in fact, exist. And it's not a game of good is just subjecting itself to evil just to be a victim, to know what it's like to be a victim of a demon, to know what it's like to, it's, come on now. Let's drop that idea. Like, that's ridiculous. It's a very pleasant thought. It's a very pleasant thought because it feels good to say, oh, it's a big script and the bad is good. It's just everybody's playing their roles. There is no, I mean, it is bad, but we're actually good. And then you just kind of disappear up your backside trying to explain it away. So I don't know. I mean, that's my view.
I tend to agree with you, Philosophy Vids, wholeheartedly, but that doesn't mean that you don't have a right to your opinions, Philosopher. Like, I'm not trying to, shit on you or
Yeah,
anything.
everybody has an opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a trillion different opinions, and a lot of them aren't even close to true. So again, I'm with you. I'm not here to like convince other people. It's kind of why I stopped making content, because it got old trying to communicate shit to people who want to just believe whatever thing makes them feel good in the moment and ignore the obvious, but it's obvious at this point. So I'm not pretending I know everything, and I'm not pretending like I know exactly what created this reality, but at the very minimum, it is being manipulated by pure undiluted evil that would eat your fucking liver with fava beans and a nice Chianti, like Hannibal. It doesn't give a fuck about you. It doesn't give a fuck about your beliefs. It doesn't give a fuck about whether you think they're good outside of here. That's what they want. That's what this force that I discuss on my channel, or did discuss before I basically took a much needed break from talking about this shit. That's what they want us to believe, because then you're just a gullible little perceptual slave in a reality that they're manipulating and controlling. And look at you believing that they're actually there's a silver lining. You're actually one of my favorites. One of my favorites is your suffering is increasing God. Your suffering is creating voids for God to expand into, and that is why you suffer. That's one of my favorites that I've heard, and it's actually see can't you see it? It's actually good, because evil creates voids, and then good expands into that void, and then God gets bigger through your suffering. That's one of my favorites that I've heard to explain evil, but it's just mental gymnastics. It's just bullshit. That's all it is. Tired of it.
Yeah, well, he doesn't believe in God. But
okay, well, whatever you want to call it, the good, infinite, benevolent thing. I don't really believe in God in like the religious sense either. So I don't even believe in like there's one being micromanaging this. I do basically kind of subscribe to the idea it's like infinite awareness, infinite possibility, and we are an expression of that. Beyond that, what you can't really say what lies outside of this, but you can be quite certain it's every other possibility. So basically infinite reality. That is an axiom. So because we can't see it, that you can't technically deny that. And if you say, "Oh, well, this is the only possibility," that's equally absurd. Like that's I don't know. I guess you can't technically prove there is an infinite reality, because this reality is set up to focus your attention on it, to make you just think this is all there is, or to give you some basically like a fake perception of what this is. That's all this is. That's all this fucking reality is. That's all my research has concluded. This is a false perception. I've talked about perception. You are simply perceiving this to be one thing. It's not that. It's not, I promise you. And I'm not saying everything is evil. I'm not saying everything is dominated by evil, but look, I mean, we have to get streetwise and drop kind of like the naivety. That's my advice at this point.
Philosopher, you have a response?
What does the dude expect to happen when he dies?
What do I expect?
Yeah, what do you expect to happen? What do you actually expect to happen when you die or get killed?
Well, there's a number of things that could happen. Your awareness, because I've said this is basically a simulation. If it's not a simulation, it's like a simulation. The body is decoding information. It's delivering it to your point of attention. That is basically telling you this is a physical world. You are in a body. You're decoding visible light, all of which only applies here. So there's basically two things that could happen. Or not okay, I'm not going to just say two. Your awareness, for whatever reason, makes another frequency connection with this reality, and your ass comes back here. So that's what reincarnation is. You are making some sort of a perceptual frequency, whatever connection with this matrix simulation, whatever you want to call it. Or your perception, your frequency, your point of attention expands to a point where you're basically out of here. You're not, you are connecting with levels of perception, knowledge, insight, consciousness, whatever you want to call it, that when this biological meat sack ceases to decode this level of this simulation, you're out. You're gone. You're not coming back, and you're not, oh, you have to go back. See, if you didn't go back and you didn't have a kid, and you would fuck up the Archon's plan. You would fuck up the great big demonic plan if you didn't play your little loose slave role. Like, come on now. So that's my view. Basically, this reality is a perceptual trap. You didn't come here to learn lessons. You didn't come here to be a punching bag for evil. You are not here for any of those reasons. And also what you have thought of as you is basically a fake self-identity. And that's what Joshua was talking about, I think, in one of his recent videos. Like, your point of attention is, you could call an infinite being or eternal consciousness. Your biological character, the avatar, that is a part of this simulation. And it's basically a perceptual software program, if you want to call it that. So, again, I'm not saying nothing is planned. I'm not saying, like, there's no reason why I'm focusing on this type of information and why I talk about what I do. Clearly, there is a reason, but it's more along the lines of, I think, some of us are overriding the program, and the program wants us to believe, oh, there's a reason for everything. There's a justification for everything. We're all following our little scripts here. But there is going off the script. That's the name of the game, actually. Yeah, it's scripted. But you go off the script by expanding your perception to the point where you can see the script. You could see how this shit is rigged. And you could see this reality is absolutely fucking nothing like you were told. That's what the game is at this point. But unless your perception expands to the point where you can see it, you're not going to ever see it. And you're going to come back in here. And the merry-go-round, or whatever you want to call it, continues on and on. The wheel of samskara. Just one more lesson. I've just been focusing on this stuff long enough. I can decipher the bullshit pretty fucking quick. And some people can see it, some people, they can't see it. So, because your perception hasn't expanded to the point where you can see it, you're still getting pulled into the feel-good stuff. And I'm not saying reality is horrible outside of here. It's all possibility. There's probably some really awesome stuff that we can't perceive because our point of attention is decoding this reality. Beyond the frequency realm of this place is infinite reality, is all other possibilities, all other states of consciousness, basically. And for whatever reason, our point of attention has temporarily been hijacked. And that's what this reality is. It wasn't created by a loving force. It wasn't created to be a school. It wasn't created for any of that shit. I don't believe any of that anymore. I'm also not somebody who wants to kill everybody and destroy everything. I don't agree with that idea either. I feel like we have to call out evil and expose what is going on here. And there really isn't any other solution that I see other than calling it out. Expand your perception to the point where you become the solution. Or just do nothing, I guess. Sorry for I'll get off my soapbox if anybody else wants to.
I love your soapbox. I tend to agree with that. That's what my perception tells me, is that this is all a fucking rigged shit show to pervert and destroy the actual goodness in you. And for me, it's not a good thought to think that I personally scripted out all of these horrors for not only myself but for every other thing in this reality. That's not a good feeling for me. Even though I may have been tricked to come here, I can deal with that reality, but I can't deal with the reality that I am actually evil incarnate that scripted this shit here. See, that for me is a far less empowering thought for me personally. So what are your thoughts, Philosopher?
Like I said, it's far more liberating to believe that we're all perfect, eternal, conscious persons who chose.
Well, I didn't. Sorry to cut you off, but I've encountered people who are not perfect.
Yeah, you're talking about mortals. You're not talking about people in their home state of awareness, are you? You're talking about people here in hell.
I'm talking about evil fucking spirit beings.
Yeah, that's whatever your script tells you, brother. I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you, there's two worlds, reality and dream worlds. This is a dream world. Everything in it is fake, phony. It's bullshit. It doesn't matter what anyone's script says. It's all evil. It's all fucked up, mixed in with some nice moments, some lovely kindness, friendliness, happy days, tasty meals, but overall it's all bullshit. And death, no matter how you die, no matter what age you die, it's waking up back in heaven, waking up back in a paradise compared to this fucking hell. We all did this to ourselves. There are no outside influences. The reason why you find it so fucking hard to believe that you scripted your biography, that's exactly the way you wanted it. You know, you don't remember that you lived before now, but you know that it feels odd that you are just a temporary creature, and that, you know, it obviously looks like death is annihilation. That's what it looks like. We all have these myths and these ideas. We have all these ideas and myths about being eternal or about being spirits.
What about a child who's involved in a satanic sacrifice ritual?
That's their script. That's their fucking script. Everyone's script is fucked up. There's no one innocent. Is there anyone innocent in this fucking chat room right now? Is there anyone innocent in this fucking chat room?
You're telling me that they scripted that
as an eternal,
hashtag reasons,
as an eternal entity in their home state of awareness, where they have
what about the entities,
sanity and sobriety?
No, what about the entities who are carrying out the ritual?
Pardon?
What about the entities who are carrying out that ritual?
Entities, the humans?
No, the demonic entities.
There are no demonic entities. There's demonic humans. That's it. And guess who those demonic humans actually are? They're perfect, eternal, conscious entities who in heaven scripted this hell for themselves. And why would you want to believe anyone else scripted your life for you? Why would you want to believe anyone forced you to be here? Why would you want to believe anyone tricked you to be here?
Oh, I mean, there is going off of the script, which is basically you are tapping into levels of awareness that are not being scripted by this reality, but this reality you can think of as it's like riding a wave of information, and there's two fields. There's the infinite field and there's the simulation field. And if you are not accessing, I guess you could say, perception, insight beyond this place, you are going to be run by the fucking program. You're not going to see the evil. You're not going to see that, no, it isn't all love and light. No, there are actual evil entities. But if you're being run by the program, you'll believe literally whatever stupid fucking idea floats through your brain.
No, that's not true. I disagree 100%. I
I
disagree.
disagree with you 100%.
All right. Well, then we can agree to disagree.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm just saying, I wholeheartedly disagree with the idea that everybody is a sweet, loving, kind little angel outside.
Did you hear me put it in that fucking phrase? I didn't phrase it in that fucking way, did I? We are perfect, eternal, conscious entities. That means we are fearless. We are fearless, eternal entities that cannot be destroyed, can't be changed, can't be improved, can't be bullied, can't be controlled, can't be
Sweet
manipulated.
little angel outside of here, satanic, child sacrificing whack job in here. That's what some of these perfect little angels are, apparently.
There's two worlds. There's reality and there's dream world. In order to access the dream world, you have to have a biological body. If you have a biological body, you've got 100% no access to reality. None. So whatever you experience in that dream world that you believe is reality, that you believe you're touching into some kind of infinite thing, it's all part of the script. Your idea that you're going off script is part of the fucking script. Because in order for everything,
I've heard like more than one so-called truther bring up this idea and think they're like,
in order for
fucking
everything to be predetermined, no one can go off the script.
You're not reinventing the philosophical wheel by saying everything is scripted.
If it's
I've heard people say this repeatedly.
Pardon?
I've heard this idea repeatedly. You're not.
I've never heard it. I've never heard anyone say it.
Yeah, I've heard it repeatedly.
Who?
I don't need to give any specific names. I've heard the idea.
Say?
I've thrown the idea in the trash, though. It's everything is scripted. Everything is scripted. No,
well, yeah. So it's a plausible fucking idea. Again, there's no empirical proof for any of the fucking guesses we come up with, any of the conclusions we come up with. So no proof, but there is persuasion. Persuasion with logic and reason. You have to have logic and reason. It has to be logical and reasonable. And it also, only according to me, it has to reach the epitome of simplicity, fearlessness, and good news for all. That means that whatever answers you come up with for these questions, they have to be the epitome of simplicity. Can't be complicated, can't be complex. The truth is simple. It's not complicated. In the fucking dream world, obviously, this being an inversion of reality.
But why is it an inversion? What?
Because that's the only way to expect. That's the only way to experience the contrast, right? If your normal home state of awareness, your normal state of sanity, sobriety, and reality, if it's always good, at some point you are going to get bored with that. And the only way that you're going to be able to renew your appreciation for that existence is to obviously experience some kind of bizarre, fucked up existence like this. And it's an easy one to create because you simply invert all that's good, you make it bad. And here we are. We have confusion instead of clarity.
You're missing the link. You're wanting to acknowledge the pure, undiluted, psychopathic evil that goes on here, but you're not acknowledging the force that is orchestrating it.
It's all of us. It's perfect, eternal, conscious energy is the only one that could create evil because it's the only thing that exists. Perfect, eternal, conscious energy. They're the only ones that exist. So
consciousness in a state of chaos, inversion, and distortion could create chaos, inversion, and distortion. I know for a fucking fact I would never do what these, I call them entities, whatever you want to think of it as, do. Never. And I wholeheartedly disagree.
You do what?
What did
you just say?
I said I wholeheartedly disagree with the idea that I would do what these entities, these fucking demonic entities, do on a regular basis and get off from it.
Well, that's just you in particular, isn't it?
Oh, but what makes me different than them? So I'm less evil.
Well, number one, you're talking as a mortal, aren't you? Based on your mortal experience, you have no fucking memory of being a spiritual, eternal entity, do you? So
no,
you're
but
talking, You're talking
is
from the perspective of this specific biography that you're living. And just because you weren't jabbed, injured by the jib jabs when you were a child and become a fucking psychopath, obviously it's been the script for other people, right? So they are psychopaths. Just because you're not doesn't, you know, I don't know what fucking point you're making. You know, you're not living out the biography of a psychopath, are you?
I don't know what point you're making.
Are you living the biography of a psychopath?
I tend to think not.
Right. And
Yeah,
why do you think you're not a psychopath?
because I have empathy, because I care about exposing the psychopaths, basically, and exposing the evil that's going on. I know you don't subscribe to that, but you know there isn't. You know, it's just
Right. Well, it's easy to be virtuous, isn't it, and righteous about something that you have
you
no
sound kind
fucking
of psychopathic. I'm not gonna lie.
with no inclination to be that way, right? It's kind of easy to be
You're not.
virtuous
Are
and
you a psychopath?
righteous
Are you a
about
psychopath?
something. I haven't committed any kind of psychopathic
I don't know.
behavior.
I'm just asking a question. You asked me if
I
I
don't
was a
think so.
psychopath.
I don't think so. But
You kind of sound like one, but hey,
well,
that's
you
just
kind of sound like a smarmy cunt yourself. So
It's getting heated in here.
good. I wanted to get his actual thoughts out. So
It's
Yeah.
just the class of ego.
There's two worlds. There's reality and there's dream world.
this is what I do. People don't
we're
like me
here
because
in a
I
dream
smash their
world,
little dumb
right?
fucking ideas to a
Right,
trillion
right.
pieces.
Right. Well, are you a cunt or are you going to listen?
No, I'm just smashing your ideas.
You're not smashing anything. You don't have any
I
fucking
am. I'm
logic or
pointing out the
reason.
absurdity
No, you have
that
no
you are
logic or
excusing
reason.
pure undiluted evil and saying, "Oh no, actually, we're all evil."
What is your hang up with
We're
evil,
all
man?
guys. Hold on. We're all really good, but we're all really evil. You see, we're good outside,
There's
but we're
two
bad in
worlds.
here.
That's right. There's reality and there's the dream world. Where are we right now? We're in the dream world, aren't we? That's where all the bad stuff is happening,
Okay,
isn't it?
go bottle
So
up your belief system and sell it for $20 on
Why
eBay.
can't we presume that the other side is good if this side is bad? What's wrong with presuming that? You know, that it's an inversion. So I don't know what your hang up is about fucking psychopaths and evil. You know, have you watched any true crime videos here at YouTube? There's hundreds, there's thousands of them. I suggest you do so if you really want to know what fucking evil is.
Oh, dude, I know what evil is.
If you want to watch
I've
if you want to watch the mama bears of fucking children who've been thinking they're buying Percocet or Xanax that's actually been intentionally poisoned with fentanyl and killed them. You know?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for pointing out there is evil, but those are good people doing evil things. Thank you. Okay.
They're good spirits. They're good spirits doing evil things. That's right. Everyone's a good spirit. There's no such thing as a bad spirit. Yeah, that's exactly right.
That's just not true. Not even Christianity. Like mainstream Christianity doesn't believe that either. So I don't know. But New Age, there is New Age. But like
you've had no experience with fucking bliss, have you? Not once. So you have really just a very limited view of what consciousness offers here in the mortal world, but it is part of the script. So I don't begrudge you it. I don't begrudge you your conclusions.
Do I need to do like ecstasy or something?
That they call it ecstasy, but it was MDMA. Yeah, that's what I fucking took. And I wasn't expecting any kind of experience like that, but it was definitely an experience of bliss for many hours.
Guys, just remember that this has been scripted for you two to get in an argument, okay? So no hard feelings, okay?
No hard feelings. I just I've heard it all.
I think what he's trying to say is we are good, so-called good, eternal conscious beings, right? So we can all agree on that. The thing that we're not agreeing with is how that good eternal conscious being could role play the most sadistic, evil, vile shit and then go back and say, oh, that was all I'm glad I got that
But
experience
what I was
to
saying, like even mainstream Christianity doesn't even agree with that shit.
Well, who gives a fuck what mainstream
Well,
Christianity?
all I'm
That's
saying is
fucking
like there's
clown show shit, man. What are you talking about?
that's less clown
Christianity.
show than what you're saying, to be honest.
It's religious bullshit. It's not.
Oh, I'm not
It
saying
believes in a
it's not.
God.
I'm
It
not saying
believes
it's
in a.
not like filled with BS and
It believes a single entity has basically imagined all of this. That's what it's basically saying. It's basically saying you're a figment of someone else's imagination, that you don't really exist.
well, what it's saying is basically those sweet, loving, angelic spirits in the spirit dimension of love and light and bliss and harmony and ecstasy became pure fucking undiluted psychopathic spiritual predators. But that's
I don't know what that
a
means.
portion of them did.
Who else could create evil? I mean, evil can't create itself, can it? It didn't just appear out
Well,
of
there's
nothingness or nowhere, could it? Just like this temporary world couldn't just appear
yeah,
out
it
of
did.
nothingness and nowhere. Obviously, something eternal had to have created it.
Yeah,
designed
and
it,
that
so
that
forth.
eternal thing are spirit beings, bad fucking spirit beings, evil, predatory, psychopathic spirit beings. They
Get
exist.
over it, brother. Get over it. Get through it. Live through it. Deal with it as best you can. I don't know what fucking point you're making. You're acting like somebody's got to pay a price for
Evil
all of it.
fucking spirit beings.
You act like
Evil
somebody's got
fucking psychopathic,
like somebody's got to pay
demonic
a price.
cunts.
Who? So
Deal
who's
with
gonna
it,
pay the
brother.
price? So who's gonna pay the price? Who's gonna fix it? Who's gonna correct it? That obviously, you know, by
Oh,
your measure,
I'll be
no
part of
one
the fucking
could. No one
solution.
can.
I'll be part of the solution. I'm working towards it, buddy. Don't give me some time. Give me
If
some
it's as
time. I'm
bad as
working
you
towards
say
it.
it is, you know.
Yeah, I'm calling it out. It's a step. I'm not denying it. I'm not putting my head in the sand.
Where did it come from?
It came from all possibility. Unfortunately, within all possibility was the possibility that pure, undiluted, psychopathic fucking evil could exist. Because it does.
How did you escape being evil, psychopathic?
Because I made the choice not to be.
How do you know? How do you know you're going to be able to keep that choice forever and ever?
Well, it's been working so far. Been working so far throughout eternal existence. I have no desire to be a sadistic, psychopathic, evil predator, whatever the fuck.
But if
I do enjoy exposing it and calling it out. I will tell you that. I love stomping on demons' necks.
If you live in the middle of forever, certainly at some point it's going to become attractive.
Seems like,
wouldn't it?
Maybe for you, but I don't know. Joshua, can you chime in? Do you want to become a evil, sadistic psychopath?
The middle of forever. Think of you as
personally,
hell
the fuck
forever
no.
and ever and ever.
Do you want to, Joshua? Does that appeal to you?
Possibilities, why would I want to have the consciousness of pure, undiluted evil? That doesn't make sense to me, honestly, personally. But maybe, I mean, for you, maybe, I mean, that you could choose that if you wanted to. But why do I have to choose it? Why do I have to be forced into this?
And how would you define this evil, and who fits that definition as a human being on this planet?
It's not the human beings, it's the realm itself. It's what we're forced to experience.
So you're talking invisible, spooky, wooky stuff.
No, like
right?
look at your body. You're in prison in your body. You're in prison to pissing and shitting and consuming dead flesh. Like, you even say that.
But how do you
That's
know?
fucking evil.
But how do you know your eternal body isn't also something that you never get to really shed or shake off?
It's like when you play video games, like, you can go into other realities and have fun, but like, I wouldn't want to play a game where I eat and shit and piss all day. If they include that in video games, people wouldn't want to play that. It's boring. It's disgusting. They don't want to.
That's because you already have to put up with it as a fucking human, right?
They don't want to see their loved ones raped and pillaged by pure evil all day, every day.
I mean, that's why it makes me think. That's why it makes me think that, you know, shitting, pissing, and puking probably doesn't exist in heaven. I mean, why would it? I mean, it's so disgusting and vile. And why do we find it disgusting and vile? Only because it feels unnatural. Why does it feel unnatural? Because we have some kind of distant memory of a life where it's not hell.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you right there. I agree. That's true. But the part that I disagree with is, I would trade infinite possibilities of doing whatever the hell I want for this shitty ass evil realm where evil is everywhere you look.
But here you are. So who did
I
this to
know.
you? So who did this to you? Why would it appeal to you that someone did this to you, or that even you, as eternal consciousness who's infinitely intelligent, that you could actually be tricked? And what other eternal consciousness? See, the thing about eternal consciousness is we are perfectly equal and equally perfect to one another, not because it's a vote. We don't choose to be that way. It's because not one of us is older or younger, dumber or smarter. That's why we are equally perfect and perfectly equal. If we've always existed, then no one is older, no one's younger, no one's dumber, no one's smarter. So
Okay, I hear you.
and
But
you have everything. You have everything you want in your reality. In reality heaven, you have everything you want. So why would you want to fucking trick somebody, coerce somebody, push somebody into a hell? I say you wouldn't. Absolutely not. And it's more
okay,
empowering. It's more empowering to believe that you are a ballsy enough spirit to have ended up here because you wanted to, because you knew you could take it, and you knew that you would appreciate it at the end.
here's a thought experiment for you. What if we didn't know what evil was? Some other consciousness inverted itself and was able to trick you because you didn't know what evil was, truly, and you had no defense for it. So now you know what evil is, and you want nothing to do with it now. Is that possible?
Well, what are we defining as evil?
Whoever created this shit show.
You know, I mean,
Whatever enjoys suffering and looshing every sentient being here. This is a fucking meat grinder.
well, it is, but you're the one grinding most of the meat in your head, aren't you? And you're the one that's responsible for your, you know, whatever misery you're experiencing, right? I mean, there's no actual human beings that are actually physically, trying demonstrably to make your life hell, right? Most of the
That's
hell
not
is.
true. It's not true because there's indoctrination program. You were indoctrinated since you were born. Since you were
But yeah, well,
born, you've been indoctrinated.
you're indoctrinated what? To get jib jabbed and to believe in the cancer scam and to
Exactly. To
believe in
believe
the.
that all the food has no poison, to
But
believe
where
in
are
all the
you?
fucking lies.
Yes, but if this is hell, and we consciously knew that it was going to be a hell, that we would refer to it as hell while we are here, well, then actually there's not anything that you could possibly complain about here.
What does Joe think?
Would be natural here, because that this is where it exists. Obviously, in heaven, it exists as concepts and ideas. Here, we've managed to flesh it out with these virtual reality skin suits that we wear. And I'm telling you, without this suit, you can't experience this existence. With this suit, you
Well,
cannot.
you got it figured out, buddy. You should write it down
You
and
can't remember
start a religion, I guess. You got it. I'm not gonna. You nailed it, buddy. I couldn't have said it any better.
I think we agree on a lot, but it's the part that we don't agree with is the contention. But that's fine. I mean,
Yeah, I absolutely don't begrudge anyone that doesn't fucking buy it or buy into it. I just like to do my best to make it as clear and understandable as possible. And then yeah, obviously, if someone wants to, and like I say, I think that people will reject it out of hand if they have not had an experience of bliss where they think about this stuff in that kind of state of bliss. Where, because the higher vibration, the higher the ideas, the more expansive they are. They call it conscious expansion, don't they? And so obviously when the drug wears off, your consciousness shrinks back to so-called normal everyday reality, and those ideas, even though you experience them in that expanded reality, now they're not so believable because you're back here in your normal channel 1, 2, 3 consciousness reality. You know what I'm saying? Your everyday walk a day fucking reality without the drugs, without the bliss. So, but I'm not encouraging anyone to have an experience of bliss just so they can fucking understand this, because god damn it, I'm gonna fucking eat shit and fucking cry until the day I fucking die. My death is probably going to be horrible in one way or another. And so at the end of the day, it's not worth losing sleep about. It's just, you know, I had to figure out what the fuck I was here for, because my dad said that when I die, I get annihilated. And I just could never let it go, you know. And this is the mythology that I've created that I guess helps prevent me from committing suicide for the moment, but also justifies suicide if that's what I choose to do, if that's what it seems that I choose to do, you know.
Well, I know for me, I ain't living until fucking 90, so eventually I'm gonna have to make that choice myself. So
If it's a script, well, then all the pieces fall into place. You know, the circumstance, the situation, your condition, it just all falls into place. I mean, I don't know how many people listening have ever, you know, really contemplated it and felt like, you know, you were like only just hours away and you've written your notes and everything down, and you know, you feel like you can get really fucking close, and yet if it's not if it's not scheduled or it's not time, then it just doesn't come off. And after a
that's very
while,
true. Yeah.
and after a while, you've sat on that toilet so many times, you know, that you realize the shit or get off type of thing that it becomes less appealing, and you just realize that, hey, someday I might do it, but
Until
today's
that
not.
day, I got to get through this shit.
Well, that's right. And I've noticed that however old you are today, whatever you've used, it's worked to get you here today, right? So I think each of us has our own little private subjective tricks and hacks and attitudes and thoughts that help us, you know, like I say, keep from harming ourselves or harming anyone else, you know, and just getting through the day as gracefully as possible.
So I've got this guy says we probably aren't eternal beings, maybe. So in your philosophy, everyone here is an eternal being.
Every living creature, every
Every animal. Okay.
plant, insect, worm, grub, flea, rat, you name it. It's powered by perfect eternal conscious energy, which means that each one is a person. It is something that thinks and feels and is aware that it thinks and feels, and it even has memory. I mean, you can tell your dogs and cats have memory. You can tell that even other various creatures have memory, and supposedly plants have memory, although I don't know how they prove that. But yeah, every living thing is actually an eternal entity. Now, whether we look like this in heaven, I don't know.
But what is heaven?
It's reality. So this is the dream world. After death is a return to reality. It's like waking up from a dream. Death is like waking up from a dream, and you wake up back into reality. I reckon reality, I used to think in terms of supernatural. I reckon reality looks a lot like this world, although much prettier, much bigger, and it just does not have bad, sad, or mad elements about it at all. There's no death hanging over anyone's head. Again, I don't know what that means for potatoes and carrots. Can you imagine eternal potatoes and carrots and fleas and rats? So I don't know. I don't know exactly, you know, as far as forms, because to me it is conceivable that as eternal spirits, perhaps we don't have a form as such, and that we can choose to be any form we want to be in a dream world. So, in other words, the dog in your room, that spirit could have chosen to be a human, could have chosen to be an alligator or a tree. That's what I'm open to that. I'm not convinced of it, but I'm open to it. But I'm kind of hoping that heaven is that I do have a human form, and I hope I get to have lots of titties and pussy. I missed out on a lot of sex. I missed out on a lot of sex in this life. Fucking hell. I mean, sexual partners. I expected that when I was younger. I thought, sure, you know, by the time I was an old man, I would have had hundreds or thousands of sexual partners, but I didn't. Not by a fucking long shot. So I hope there's titties in heaven. I named one of my books. I titled one of my books, Ain't No Titties in Heaven, because that was back in the days when I was sort of convinced that, well, if everything's an inversion of reality, then if this is a world of forms, then reality must be formless. And so I thought, so there's no fucking titties in heaven, there's no physical bodies, right? Because it's some kind of formless world. But lately, as I say, in the last year or so, I thought that's not a very nice idea, and I like the idea better that heaven or paradise is actually very much like this world, because you got to admit, this world without the bad stuff is a very pretty world, and it's very lovely and touching and sweet in many ways. It's just fucking humans. That's fucking humans, and in addition with the tornadoes and the hurricanes and
Here's how I see it. The only reason why we like titties and pussy is because our bodies want to reproduce
I know
and
that's
bring more children into this hell realm. Without the sexual desire as a non-human, I mean, for me, I see it as like fucking disgusting. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, who wants to have a hole between their legs and bleed out and have little fucking jugs bouncing around, squirting milk out to feed their young? It sounds like such a lowly animal, But and here, yeah, we're attracted to that because our body's script is, ooh, she's hot. Go fuck her. Oops, a kid popped out.
Yeah. That's a common argument, that biological argument, and I can't refute it, because it could very well just be chromosomal. I mean, chromosomes, or what is it? No, not chromosomes. Oh, I'm forgetting the word. Oh, I can't find it. Anyways, you're more horny when you're a fucking teenager than when you're a fucking elderly man. Let's put it that way. And so that seems very biological, But I have to say that even if the lust dies down over the years, the biological lust, the appreciation doesn't, I can never take my eyes off of Cleavage, Jenny Cleavage walking by. I just can't.
It's part of your script, man. As a
Yeah.
straight male.
I guess so, man.
Yeah, I noticed some of your videos, you have like big ass titty women in it.
Yeah, I can't help but sneak them in there for a moment or two.
Well, I gotta wrap this up soon, guys. So any last
Yeah,
words?
I do too. It's past my bedtime, actually. It's like 3:30 in the morning here.
Oh, damn. Well, I appreciate you coming on, man. Thanks a lot.
Well, thanks a lot, and then I'm sorry that it was sort of a hiccup there at the beginning with the World Cup, and then me not being able to log in. But I really appreciate this forum. You guys are tolerant, and it got a little bit heated or whatever. But I appreciate that, man, because we all know that at the end of the day, none of us know what the fuck is really actually positively going on, and that we're only gonna find out when we fucking die. But the thing is, what's nice about here is we all agree we're in hell. So.
That's where we can all agree. Yep. That's where we all come together.
I certainly appreciate
you. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you giving me a chance to, babble. I don't feel like I did a very good job because I lost my train of thought 1,000 times, but still, I had fun, dude. And if you ever want to do
it was great. If everyone check out his channel, Philosopher Newport. He's got books. I enjoy his videos, even though I disagree with the reason why we're here. I still enjoy listening to them because they're very relatable.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Check it out if you want.
Very cool of you. Very cool.
Yeah, I also have one of your books. It's No Joke, We Live in Hell. I have that book. I think it's great.
Cool. Yeah. That's probably the most popular book there.
I like how you space the wording.
Cool.
It's very easy to read.
I appreciate the appreciation of that. Yeah, that was the whole intent for sure.
It's but like anyways, reading yeah, go ahead.
Go on.
It's like reading a poem, but it's not a poem.
Yeah,
it's just like super easy. It flows very easy. It's just easy on the eyes.
I definitely appreciate that. That was exactly the effect I went for. I think I did center, when you can justify your text, justify it left, right, or center. I think I wrote it centerpiece. So that's how it came out like that. But I was going to say that if you ever want to do this again, just shoot me an email. You got my email address, and I'm happy to play along with the group, or just not just with me personally as this one-on-one, but just I would love to just like be able to pop into your groups here when you do these live streams.
Yeah, you're always welcome. If anyone ever here's the thing: if anyone ever talks shit about you, just know that I'm not. So fuck them.
That's so cool. That's all right.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I just disagree, and that's totally fine.
Lovely. Perfect. We can do that.
Yep.
All right, brother.
Have a nice night in hell.
You too. Thank you so much, bro. I'll talk
You're
to you
welcome.
later.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Thanks for being here. Have a good night in hell. I gotta go. Bye.